unfiltered and raw. Turn it up, let it talk. Yeah, raw. Hey, hey, unfiltered and raw. Hey, hey, red dirt on my boots, flag flying off the back of my truck. They said sit down, be quiet. I just laugh like, man, good luck. Hey, hey, cornfield, small town, but my voice hit the big screen loud. If they're mad at my freedom, yes, I'm doing my family proud. Unfiltered and raw, say it how I feel, that's law. Stars and stripes on my heart, I ain't ever gonna tear that off. From the back road dust to the big White House we saw, I'm pro-America standing tall. Unfiltered, unfiltered.
All right, here comes Ty on left base, looking for that line.
So I know everything is gonna be alright.
And we have a good one, executed perfectly by Ty Burlingham.
Ain't no telling where the wind might blow.
All right, let's see what Beast has got. High angle of attack, hanging on the prop. Excellent run by both Ty and Brandon is a fourth-generation Oregonian. If it looks like he's flying that like an F-15, that's probably because he used to fly F-15s for the Oregon National Guard.
Somebody's gonna take me so crazy down the road I go.
You notice a lot of these airplanes have bush tires on them. They're either Stoll wheels with a Z on the end or Alaska bush wheels. The reason we have such big tires in the backcountry is, believe it or not, there's only about 5 or 10 pounds of air pressure in those tires that allows to absorb the shock in landing and to also roll. Real high angle of attack. He's got plenty of clearance on the tail, almost as if he is a tail dragger. Those slats are out and just hanging in the air.
When Daddy asked me why I did it, I made him laugh out loud when I told him cause the chicks dig it.
When he hits, he locks up those brakes. Good clean run by Dan. Matt Van Pelt on short final here. He's our director of operations over Precision. He flies Super Pumas and everything in between.
Blacktop Road.
Another clean run by Matt. Here comes our mighty 150 in the beast again.
Driving fast, but I didn't see the ditch. Look out a box, then a fence, then a barn. The police came and called my father, but I met the farmer's daughter. And when the judge asked me why I did it, he threw the book at me. When I told him cause the chicks dig it, scars heal, glory fade.
Not a lot of wind this morning. And in fact, us soul flyers, we like wind. We want high airspeed, low ground speed. So when we touch down, we're as slow as possible. That allows us to touch down and stop in the shortest amount of distance and get it off the ground in the shortest amount of distance.
And watch your life begin. Scars heal, or it fades, and all we're left with is pain. Oh yeah, your pain hurts, but only for a minute. Your life is short, so go and live.
In our line of business, we call a nose wheel aircraft one that's got a training wheel on the front. That's another scratch by type. Poor guy. Help him out today. If you see him out here in the crowd today, maybe just give him a high five.
Your life short, so go and live. It don't matter if you lose or if you win it. Hey, the chicks dig it. Oh yeah. Chicks dig it.
That's a scratch, folks. That's why we call Ty scratch at work.
Hey, oh yeah, the chicks dig it now. Hey. Yeah.
To get a quick stop, like Jeff and everybody's showing us do, we'll do what we call unloading the wing. When the aircraft touches down, we'll dump the flap, that put more pressure on the wheels and brakes for a quicker stop.
Anything I gotta get done, it can get done. So
Our F-15 pilot, Brandon Marr.
got where I need to be. Time is love.
Dan is earning that lunch today. He worked that Zenith off the ground. Nice job, Dan.
Oh, it's it's don't want to spend them all on the clock. In time that we spent talking, how many kisses have I lost? Time is gone. Got that longer, but I got someone waits for me and right.
You look at Brandon's aircraft, it's got a black pod on the belly. That gives more room for cargo as we go into the backcountry with fishing poles and gear. There's not a lot of room in that cockpit. But it does appear Brandon's wearing short sleeves. He's showing his guns this morning. Let's see what Dan's got in the unit. If you saw him burble there, he was probably in the wake of Brandon right before him. A lot going on in the cockpit. He's doing a lot of pilot things right there. It doesn't look like much over here, but Dan probably had his hands full right there.
Time is love.
That's confirmed. We got a burble right off the end of the line, making these boys work.
But I got someone who waits for me, and right now she's where I need to be. Time is love.
That's a scratch by Matt Van Pelt. That's a personal dig. Those are my old tires on that airplane. Come on, Matt.
Waits for me, and right now she's where I need to be. Time is love.
This 150, we call it the Mighty 150, but we also call it Tequila Sunrise. When that aircraft rolled off the production line, Howard Johnson had a paint scheme that they liked about aircraft. That's original. There's only about 2,000 hours on this airplane. You don't see that very often. Lots of nicknames for this little 150.
Street lights along the highway. To the rhythm of a broken heart.
You guys need to will Ty in. Give him all the help he can get.
Sun comes up, go back down, feel like flying to heaven. See what I'm you, baby, I will be yours.
I'll give you one guess what he just did. It's his middle name. Ty Scratch Burlingham. Beast doesn't need any help. Watch this landing, folks.
I never learned to play.
That's as good as it gets. On the line, flaps up, brakes on, hold the tail, pin the tail down, come to a stop. Does not get any better than that. All right, probably one last run here for a flight of 3. We'll let Ty and end things for us. Hey, Luke.
Yeah,
We were hanging out at the Spruce Goose Lake.
we were.
The wingspan of Spruce Goose is a little over 300 feet.
It's a big airplane.
We're playing inside that now today.
You know, that's a really interesting statement. And to put that into even better perspective, Grayson, you know, the first flight of the Wright brothers back in 1903 at Kill Hill, North Carolina, the flight lasted 12 seconds and a grand total of 120 feet. So believe it or not, you all can take off and land well inside that. And in the case of you get the right wind conditions out there, we have had the chance to see a couple of STOL demos and competition destination inside 50 feet. And it is just, it's incredible to watch. And one of the things really neat about these aircraft, too, is that you'll watch them as they land. It's not really all about making a very smooth landing. It's about sticking it, getting the tire down where they need to be, getting the flight controls to keep flying the airplane, even though you're on the ground, and get that stuff in a very quick order.
We say that we fly the aircraft all the way to the ground, all the way to the sun. We're flying that aircraft all the way in, working at controls, taking every advantage of aerodynamics that we can get.
Hey, nice to meet you, bro. There.
Here with Ty and Jeff. Man, I hope Ty puts it together. He just can't walk around here with that kind of shame today.
Ty is a very accomplished pilot. And a lot of that has to do with just the amount of ribbon you give him, I think. It keeps him honest. He's out there in the 150. This is an airplane that so many people can relate to because a lot of people have time in either the 150 or the 172, a little bit bigger version of that. There's Jeff out, the smoke is on. And quite a weight difference between those two airplanes, too.
2,000 pounds. We call that useful load, the amount of weight difference between empty weight and what your gross weight is. That's what we can put in the aircraft.
So useful load could be, well, fuel's a big part of that. At least it is for me when I fly the jet around. But people, bags, things, and stuff.
And stuff.
Yeah. And in the backcountry, that can sort stuff.
Yeah, and then what stuff you want to bring back out with you if you had your adventure.
That's right. Ty's working really hard.
Yeah, but he's got it easy. He's got a free windsock right in front of him with that smoke to tell him exactly what the air is doing. There's no excuses for Ty today.
It's a pretty rare thing, actually, smoke system on a GA airplane, much less Jeff's out there. But it's cool because when you guys go and fly as a gaggle somewhere, you can puff smoke out. It gives you a visual indication of what the winds are doing, especially down low to the ground.
So it's nature's indicator there. All right, we got a special gift for you guys from Jeff. He didn't even let that tail drop. He just kicked the smoke on. Here we go. I think we just went from VFR to IFR.
Yeah, instrument flight rules, kind of like flying in the clouds, right? You're up in the airliners on occasion. You look outside, and you're kind of like flying inside a ping pong ball. But really cool about the smoke system is it's actually a pretty simplistic thing to do. It's a earthen-based oil. You pretty much right into the hot exhaust. It's EPA approved, environmentally friendly. It hits the exhaust, vaporizes, expands at a great volume, and creates the white smoke trail for us to follow. The only thing that doesn't quite like it are mosquitoes. It's kind of okay.
Yeah, I'm not complaining about that.
Well, there is where I want to be.
Jeff's in a nice slip here for you guys. Smoke on.
There's nothing we can't reach if we keep our heads held high. Just take that leap of faith and learn to fly in the American sky. In the American sky.
Flying these airplanes low and slow are very much what a lot of these aircraft were really built to do, much like perhaps the Z out there that really built to fly quite slow. And a lot to do with just the wing design and also flaps, because not only do you use the flap to increase that lift of the wing, you can also use it at some slow wings, almost like an air brake in some cases. And you can do that even with the elevator out there as well.
You look at these aircraft, every component on these aircraft are designed for lift, one way, shape, or form to take advantage of aerodynamics any way they can. Then it's up to the pilot to understand what it takes to do. And if you're a NASCAR fan, here we go.
In the American sky.
Just a little bit of Jeff's version of a NASCAR burnout.
I think he's still out there. Thank you for everybody letting us demonstrate STOL backcountry flying. It's the heart of aviation.
Well, that'll complete this morning's Stoll presentation as part of our pre-show activities. How about a very big round of applause if you for the pilots and also for that exit Barrows. Thank you, Grayson, very much indeed.
Thank you, Luke. Really appreciate the time up here.
And of course, so many of these aiders from right here in the region and are just really thrilled to fly for you and showcase their very unique skills and talents. They'll be working their way down the line. They won't be able to, well, hear with the engines going, but they most definitely will be able to. Yes, so be sure to give them a big wave as they tack and work their way back to their park area off to Air Show. Well, for those of you who are just now joining us, a very pleasant good morning and a welcome to the McMinnville Municipal Airport at the 2026 Oregon International Airshow. Right now, we are just 20 minutes away from the start of our formal flying display and our opening ceremonies, of which there's an exciting lineup of both military and civilian performers and aircraft just from across the country right here in McMinnville this weekend. Many of those performers getting their aircraft, getting themselves ready as we all prepare for what's going to be a very exciting day here in the skies above MMV. As we set for that, the 2026 Oregon International Airshow would not be possible without the support of our gracious partner. I want to say thanks to Alaska Airlines, where you can take from the West Coast and see the world. New routes are added regularly, and Alaska is ready to take you on your next adventure. Learn more online at alaskaair.com. Our thanks to Anheuser-Busch and Budweiser. They're proud to support the 2026 Oregon International Airshow. Today, they help fans enjoy an unforgettable week of aviation, community, and celebration. Enjoy today's activities, and please remember to enjoy responsibly. Our thanks to Xfinity. Take activity to new heights. Xfinity proudly supports the Oregon International Airshow with fast, reliable internet at a great value. We want to salute West Metro Ambulance, a longtime partner of our show, with real care, real heart, every mile, every person, every time. Metro West Ambulance is proud to support this high-flying show. Thanks to Vine and Barrel. If you're looking for a glass of wine, charcuterie, or perhaps just a cold drink, Vine and Barrel is the place to be. And we want to extend our thanks to the McMinnville Fire District for their support and partnership with this year's air show. Their teams work behind the scenes throughout our day to help our guests, performers, volunteers, and staff. A shout out to Par Lumber for their continued support of the 2026 Oregon International Airshow. We appreciate their support to the communities in which they serve to help make events like this one possible. And to the city of McMinnville for their support and partnership. Their dedication has been instrumental in making this event a great success. And we're proud to work with such a forward-thinking city as we continue this strong relationship. The support of our community and our partners helps Oregon International Airshow for. We have just about 20 minutes to go until the start of our show, and we find a great spot along the flight line to take in all of the action. We'll be back momentarily here at our Saturday edition of the Oregon International Airshow.
I told you we could make it, honey, even if I need to go. Oh. edge. I never meant to ride around. Maybe the flick's my mistake. I taken across the head. Oh, I know that we don't need not to dress like this. Yeah. Maybe when the light shines on your phone, only I could feel I'll be alone. The conversation about your cold. I wonder if the light was somebody. I feel like
Be off and running with our opening ceremonies and our national anthem as accompanied by a skydiving demonstration courtesy of the Red Bull Air Force. Following that, Red Bull aviator Aaron Fitzgerald give us a preview of the Volkov B-105 aerobatic helicopter. And from the Oregon International Guard's 173rd Fighter Wing, we'll turn things up with the Red Hawks and the F-15 Eagles. At 12:40 today, we will welcome the United States Marine Corps' V-22B Osprey tilt-rotor aircraft, and the United States Air Force will display the mighty F-35A Lightning II at 1 o'clock with Major Sean Rambo Laughlin at the controls. The U.S. Air Force Heritage Flight will take place as well. We pit together the quintessential fighter of today, the F-35A Lightning II, with the quintessential fighter of World War II, the North American P-51 Mustang. And our STOL demonstration will return later on for their second flight of our day. The 2 o'clock hour will bring us that of Doug Griffin and the Erickson Collection's chance-fought F-4U Corsair, an aerobatic handling performance. And Hammond will take to the sky in the Ghost Rider, the de Havilland Super Chip. We'll see the additional warbirds of the Erickson Collection of Madras, Oregon, with the P-51 Mustang, the 84 Sky Raider, and the F-8F Bearcat. 250 will bring the return of the Red Bull Air Force and the skydivers, John DeVore, Katie Hansen, and Mike Swanson. And immediately following, Aaron Fitzgerald will return his full display in the B-005 helicopter. That'll take us through about 3:05 or so with our United States Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron, the Blue Angels, taking flight at 3:30 this afternoon. That is our running order, as we are in for nothing less than a world-class air show, and we are so thrilled to bring it all to you. We want to make sure that you're staying hydrated, staying comfortable. We are going to have a great time. We're counting down the minutes to our official start, coming up in T-minus 15 minutes and counting.
A few moments ago, Flight Director Gene Kranz requested that they want to sit down, get prepared for events that are coming. I close with maybe more good luck to all of you. Minutes now until ignition for descent. Everything's still looking at this point. Okay, all flight controllers, go for powered descent. Retro, go. Fido, go. Guide, go. Control, go. Falcon, go. Jinsey, go. Econ, go. Surgeon, go. Capcom, word go for powered descent. We're off to a good start. Play it cool. Okay, all flight colors. I'm going around the home. Okay, retro, go. Fido, go. Guide, go. Call, go. Falcon, go. Kids say go. Econ, no. Surrogate, go. Retro, Fido, guidance, control. Falcon, no. Kids say no. Econ, no. Surrogate, go. Capcom, we're go for landing. Okay, let's hang tight and look for landing radar. 75 feet, down a half. Level 2 alarm. 6 seconds. We're going jet flight. We're going that alarm. 3 feet, down 2.5. If it does 3 or so, we'll go 30 seconds. 12, rocket 12 on 1 alarm. 12 on 1 alarm. We're go flight. Okay, we're go. We've had shut down.
Well, as we continue to count down the time to our official start, working their the line in front of us are that of the American Legion Riders, a group of military veterans, spouses, sons, and daughters of those who have served. And they are here today to be part of our opening ceremonies to help present our colors as we continue to count down the time to our start. It is often when our military personnel return home from deployment that these riders are the motorcycle escort that welcomes them home. And they take a great deal of honor in presenting our American flags in the salute of those who serve with our flag. And they'll be, of course, part of our opening ceremonies as they work their way down the line in front of us. They every year participate in a large fundraising effort known as the Legacy Run. It's a massive cross-country motorcycle ride. It's raised millions of dollars for the American Legion Legacy Scholarship Fund to ensure that the children of fallen post 9/11 service members can afford college education. And locally, they are very much community staples, helping to raise funds for children's hospitals, supporting local veterans' homes, and organizing holiday toy drives. They ride very much for the guns, and they join us from all over the area, including that from Portland, Hillsborough, Verona, and right in McMinnville. Ladies and gentlemen, as they take their position in front of us, if you would, a very big round of applause and a welcome to our American Legion Riders.
Let's go.
Well, as we continue to count down the time to our start, I would like to now introduce to you an individual who is very instrumental in really making the day possible as far as things in the air. It is that of our Air Boss, and today Air Boss Emeritus, that of Mr. Jim from Tenino, Washington. Good afternoon to you, Jim.
Good morning, Luke. Good to be here.
Well, great to see you. Not that I haven't seen you for several days and several hours leading up to what is going to be a tremendous afternoon of some really great flying. And your responsibility as the Air Boss is really the ability to keep the airplanes apart and the show together.
You're absolutely right. First thing out here is safety. We want to make sure everybody's safe and everybody has a good day today. But secondary, my job is to get permits from the FAA. We set up the air show. We work for months in advance, getting permissions to show this to you today. So we've worked very hard making it safe and giving you a good show.
It is something that doesn't happen overnight. In case for some of the federal paperwork required in order to request the jet team some 2 years prior, and it's a lot of we waive federal regulations to make it work, but it's standard for us. It's something we do at so many air shows, most weekends throughout the air show season, all the way from March to November. But we want to say a very big thanks to, of course, to our local law enforcement team, the McMinnville Fire District, and all the public agencies here, because without their efforts, today's show wouldn't be possible.
Absolutely. We rely on the local fire departments, the police departments, FAAs out here, Homeland Security, TSA, all of the alphabet folks that we know of are all out here supporting safety and security.
Yes, very much indeed. Well, we're just about to start for our start. And thanks for taking the time today, because you're going to be doing some backup air bossing today in order to allow our friend, let's go from Klamath, an upcoming aspiring air boss, some reps in today and be part of our show. So we're very much looking forward to that.
Absolutely. One thing Oregon Airshows, both Hillsborough and McMinnville, have done over the years is promote education. We've promoted positions where people come, learn, get experience, and then get out and do other air shows. So the Air Boss position is a letter of authorization from the FAA, and you got to meet certain standards to become an air boss. So there's a whole program for it, and she's working through that now. Today is her first day getting to be on the radio controlling the show, and obviously I'm with her, so we're going to have a good time.
Yes, indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, a very nice round of applause for Jim Gibson, the air boss here at the Oregon International Airshow. Thanks, Jim, very much indeed. Well, checking in with the operations team here on the stand. We are indeed primed and ready as we are on time and on target for our opening ceremony. Our national anthem, our full air show flying display featuring so many incredible aerobatic performers, amazing aircraft, and of course, our United States Navy flight demonstration, the Blue Angels. We are going to have a great day as we wave the flag, celebrate this great weekend, and enjoy the 2026 edition of the Oregon International Airshow coming up next. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a very pleasant good afternoon to each and every one of you. And on behalf of all of the volunteers who make it happen and the entirety of our air show production team, the warmest of welcomes to the McMinnville Municipal Airport and the 2026 Oregon International Air Show. My name is Luke Carrico. I am from Indianapolis, Indiana, and it is my distinct pleasure to serve as your master of ceremonies for the aerial action high above McMinnville in Oregon on what's out to become a truly impressive Saturday afternoon. In just a few moments, we are about to see some of the world's greatest aviators as we set the stage, the open sky, for one of America's finest aerial events, a show unmatched any place else in the nation. Weekend. On today's show, we will see the Red Bull Air Force as they help open our show with our American flag in tow. From Danville, Kentucky, Nathan Hammond, the Ghost Rider, is here, alongside Red Bull's very own Aaron Fitzgerald as they fly with their own unique brand of aerobatic flight. From the Aircraft Collection of Madras, Oregon, we'll welcome the F4U Corsair, the P-51 Mustang, the 84 Skyraider, and the F-8F Bearcat. From the United States Marine Corps, we'll witness the MV-22 Beyond, the F-35A Lightning demonstration team from our United States Air Force. And of course, you won't want to miss our United States Navy Blue Angels. We are going to have a great day as we take flight and celebrate our freedoms to aviate. Let's get ready. The 2026 Oregon International Air Show begins. Let's fly. Our eyes to the skies now is inbound to show center our members of Red Bull Air Force. We're on board the Bokov BO-105 helicopters currently circling high and overhead. And very shortly, we'll be welcoming in our jumpers of Mike Swanson, Katie Hansen, and John DeVore to officially open today's show. They'll be flying in our stars and stripes under canopy as we honor America, honor our flag, and salute the men and women who serve beneath that flag for our traditional air show opening. Red Bull Air Force team assembled from some of the most accomplished and experienced aviation experts on the planet. They specialize in high coordinated aerial jump demonstration and continually push the limits of human flight. You will see them on TV and you will see them on the internet performing some of the craziest forms of skydiving there are. But today we see them live here at the Oregon International Air Show. We've got a hot target, the BO-105 helicopter, currently overhead at an altitude of some 2,300 feet. Just a moment, You will see our jumpers work their way out to the sides of that helicopter as we are just seconds away. We've got jumpers away, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look. Coming earthward now at full free fall speeds of some 120 miles an hour. Mike Swanson, Katie Hansen, and John DeVore, and what a view they have. At predetermined altitude, they pull on a small leather ball to deploy their high-flying Ram Air canopies of the Red Bull Air Force. A magnificent sight overhead. And now, if you are within the sound of my voice and you are able, if you would, please stand, remove your caps, come to attention as we honor the United States of America with the playing of our national anthem.
So proudly we hailed as twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, for the ramparts we arched were gallantly streaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention and patriotism. And let's give it up for Mike Swanson, Katie Hansen, and John DeVore. They are the Red Bull Air Force. We extend a very special thank you once more to the American Legion Riders for supporting today's opening ceremonies. Their mission to enhance the well-being of America's veterans, military members, and their communities through dedicated advocacy, service, and patriotism. Well, right now, with our jumps safely on the ground, our air show action is just getting started. We welcome to you next a gentleman who circled and helped deploy our jumpers today. His name is Aaron Fitzgerald, and he's flying the world's most impressive aerobatic helicopters. It is that of the BO-105 helicopter. He hails from Los Angeles, California, but was in fact born just up the way in Portland, Oregon. And Aaron is setting for a bit of a preview as he works his way inbound from the right-hand side. This is a guy who is one of only a handful of individuals anywhere in the world capable of doing things that you're about to see in a couple of moments right now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Aaron Fitzgerald.
I don't know about you, but I feel good, man.
Yep, that was a backflip and a helicopter. Fitz, one of the only guys in the world qualified to perform surface-level aerobatics in a rotor-winged platform. Let's take a look now as he works his way again from the left-hand side in this warm-up to get fully tuned with his flying machine. Now, my daily warm-up consists of a glass of water and some aches and pains. You know how it is. But for folks like Fitz up there, they live for this kind of thing, and they get up every day to live their lives a little bit better. 110% is what it takes to do exactly what you're seeing right now. This is a fairly odd thing to experience, and as we stand here on Earth, we're at G, but as he pulls back on the controls, he will accelerate force of gravity at about 3 or 4 Gs. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it is a deal for a helicopter, and it allows him to do some of these outrageous maneuvers. It's thought to be absolutely impossible just about 4 decades ago. Judged by your round of applause, how do you like Aaron Fitzgerald?
I feel good.
I don't know about you, but I don't know about you, I feel good. Flying this Volkov BO-105 in all three dimensions. Helicopters are really built in Germany, built from the ground up for, well, not this. It's rather was used for utility, some medevac work, and some light military operations with the German army. But on board, he works the collect and the psych. Those are the controls for the helicopter in unity. His hands, feet, and his stay very busy throwing this helicopter across the sky like a broken toy and thinking no different. We are seeing the pinnacle of helicopter aerobatics as part of our Saturday show. Let's again put our hands together for Fitz out there in the BO-105. Great. I don't know about you, but I feel good. Yeah, that's a whole lot of hashtag nope for me. Aaron Fitzgerald, a guy who got his passion started in flight and all things that fly as a kid. Growing up in Washington State, they moved there and he lived near an airport where they had fire bombers that go out and take care of the forest fires out on the mountains and the different environments surrounding. He was very inspired by that. He went to join the United States Army and served as a paratrooper with the 82nd Airborne. And when he retired, he put that GI Bill to work. He has now accumulated more than 10,000 total hours of flying time in so many different helicopters and airplanes. We're going to take a look now in front of us as he continues to climb, getting at a, well, altitude, some really odd and gyroscopic maneuvers in this helicopter. There it goes. That maneuver is called the bow turn. That's the one I am most afraid to experience if I ever get a chance to fly on this thing. The father of the modern helicopter, Igor Sikorsky, underwent a great deal of physics problems to allow rotary wing to flight to be possible. I don't know anyone with any wildest dreams if he ever expected one of these helicopters to be able to fly upside down. On board, Fitz has two Lycoming Allison 250 engines. They produce a great deal of power, and what allows all of this stuff to happen without getting too much in the weeds is the ability that the helicopter has to have a solid titanium rotor head system. We'll tell you a little more about that as our day progresses and Red Bull Air Force returns later on. But completing his warm-up teaser performance, let's put our hands together for Aaron Fitzgerald in the afternoon's preview display of the Volkov BO-105 helicopter. We will once again get the chance to see more from our friend Red Bull. Case you why and Red Bull gives you wings. One final round of applause, if ladies and gentlemen, for Mike Swanson, Katie Hansen, DeVore, Aaron Fitzgerald. Well, it is so great to look out and see so many of you joining us on this sold-out Saturday here at the Oregon International Airshow. We're very glad that you are with us. And this day, just so important, not only for the local community, but for so many charities as well. The Oregon International Airshow helping to fundraise nearly $7 million to local organizations, education groups, and various worthy charities, and have been doing so since 1988. As we get the BO-105 safe back down on deck, our air show action will continue. And in just a moment, our next performance will be inbound from just up the way at the Portland International Airport at PDX. But while we've got just a couple of short moments before they work their way into the airspace, I'd like to tell you just a little bit about our aerobatic box, or our air stage out in front of us. And here this weekend at the McMinnville Municipal Airport, we have this aerobatic box. It stretches, in fact, some 12,000 feet long. It is 3,000 feet wide and goes all the way up to 16,000 feet. It is in this giant cube of airspace, if you will, that our pilots can do what they do best: fly fast, fly acrobatically, fly upside down, and do things on a normal day would get them in a whole lot of trouble. But it's in waivered airspace. They're able to do so both safely and legally, and it's further encompassed by what is known as a temporary flight restriction, or TFR. It encompasses the 5 nautical miles from the center of our aerobatic, as did out there, why that white box trailer out in the field in front of us, and goes 5 nautical miles from the blades of the grass, all 16,000 feet. All of that airspace is controlled, in fact, by one individual, and that is our air boss for today's show, that of LaDuska Miller from Klamath Falls, Oregon. Her job, of course, is to keep the show together and the airplanes apart, and she is, of course, aided by that by our longtime air boss and our buddy Jim Gibson from Tenino, Washington as well. But as we get ready for our next aerial display, we are indeed just a couple of minutes away as they work their way inbound for today's presentation of the Oregon National Guard's F-15 Eagles. Ship today of the mighty Eagles being flown by Lieutenant Colonel Jake Knife Connor and Captain Dustin Thud Top. We'll tell you more about the F-15s as they work their way inbound right now from PDS. This is a great day and an awesome opportunity for you to capture a great deal of content, whether it's for an awesome take-home info on the phone or on the gram, or perhaps some good content as well. We also want to remind you that if you're looking for an awesome best hashtag, best photo opportunity ever, we encourage you to stop by and see the Dream Big F-18 Hornet Cockpit Experience. Dewey Larson and the team are located down to Airshow left. You can get your picture taken in an authentic F-18 Hornet cockpit that was previously flown by the United States Navy Angels. And you can get joined in full flight gear, a helmet, and all. It looks awesome on the fridge, or perhaps for the gram as well. Hope you get a chance to stop by and check it out. And of course, you can elevate your air show experience throughout our day with our friends at Trimble Helicopters. They're located also to the far end of the grounds, all the way down to the left, near the hot pit areas, and your chance to take flight and see McMinnville and the Valley from a new perspective. I hope you get a chance to experience that. They'll be operating wide flights throughout the day as well. Well, checking in with the air operations team.
Bob Barker on the.
We are indeed just a few moments away from the arrival of the mighty Boeing F-15 Eagles of our Oregon Air National Guard and the 123rd Fighter Squadron. And again today piloted by Lieutenant Colonel Jake Connor. His call sign is Knife, and that of Captain Dustin Kopp, call sign Thud. They're going to be working their way inbound and are currently going to approach from our left, reposition behind us, and showcase to us why these airplanes very much earned the moniker of true sounds of freedom. These aircraft we're about to get the chance to see have been part of our United States Air Force since the early 1970s. The design goes back to the 60s when the Air Force was looking for a long-range air-to-air interceptor. It is America's premier air superiority fighter. Today, the aircraft have been extensively adapted for current real-world technology, and the aircraft we'll get to say are that of the F-15EXs. They're the newest versions for our United States Air Force, and the Oregon Air National Guard, the first wing anywhere in the country to be fully outfitted with these new EX platforms. They are powered by some very powerful burning engines, the Pratt & Whitney F-100s, that produce a grand total, get this, 47,500 pound thrust. That's more horsepower than the entire lineup of Kentucky Derby and the Daytona 500 probably combined. But it allows the Eagle to reach speeds of some Mach 2, or actually Mach 2.5 to be precise. That's 2.5 times the speed of sound. We'll have a chance today to see a great deal of afterburner, listen to a great deal of noise. So if you've got some young people, or if you're a little sensitive to hearing, or you got the hearing aid turned up to 11 out of 9, you might want to get ready to break out the protection just a bit, because the F-15s are currently inbound from our rear.
That is great.
The F-15EX, we were telling you a little bit about the newest version of the Eagle. It looks like the F-15, but under the hood, it's a totally different airplane in its entirety. Fly-by-wire control, the new AESA radar that does great work being able to pick up targets at a very long distance in a fully digital cockpit. And the F-15, of course, considered by many to be the most lethal air-to-air fighters ever produced. The mission is that of air dominance, and they are currently inbound from the, ladies and gentlemen, take a look. From the Red Hawks and your Oregon Air National Guard, it is with great pleasure to present to you the mighty Boeing F-15 Eagles. Now, we're the chance here today to see what are known as some low approaches. And as they break individually to the downwind, take a look at the aircraft. They'll slow down at 230 knots, work their way a little slower, and actually deploy the landing gear and flaps. And as they turn on the final, they'll line up on runway 22 out there to our left-hand side and work their way down to the surface environment. Pull up the landing gear, the flaps, clean it up, as they say, and engage those burners as they work their way in from our left to right. Depending on their fuel load, we should be able to see a bit of that afterburner today. They actually pour raw jet fuel into the exhaust. And you, of course, can tell when those burners are lit by the orange glow coming from the tailpipes, consuming fuel at a rate of over 6 gallons per second. Setting up for first pass from the left. Again, piloted by our lead aircraft, Lieutenant Colonel Jake Connor, call sign Knife, and Captain Dustin Don Cobb. Let's give it up for the F-15s. Yeah.
That is so loud. That's so loud.
And joining me right now on the stand, our good friend Steph Strickland, who's an honorary commander of the wing as well. And we've got some, well, special guests that have a lot of, well, close ties to the guys flying here this afternoon.
We do, and it is a pleasure to be up here joining you, Luke. We have Danny with us. She is Knife's wife. She's brought the kids, Sawyer 3, Piper 5, as well as Thud's wife, Sarah, with Kimber, who is 3 years old, up here on the announce end, seeing Dad fly up close and personal. Danny, this is really special to have guys up here. What's it like being this close to seeing him go scorch overhead, rage on the airspace?
It is fun, very wild to see how loud it is.
That is a thing, too. From your perspective, Sarah, what do you think seeing him up there today?
Very exciting. Never got to see before.
I am so glad that you are here.
Well, they're inbound and out again on the left. The speedy heat. Here's the F-15s.
That's loud.
And one of the things we'll have the chance today is let the families of the unit and guys flying today say hello. So we're going to watch now from after Stud Cop comes by. All right, well, we'll go ahead and let you say hi to your guy up there. I will go ahead and press the button and make it happen. Here we go.
Would you like to say hi to Daddy? Hi,
Daddy.
Daddy. Hi, Daddy. Do you want to say hi to Daddy? Oh, we've got a shy girl right there. One more time. Can you say it really loud for me? Hi, Dad.
Hi, Daddy.
Hey, baby girl. I love you.
Oh, talking to you. Daddy just said he loves you.
I like you too, Daddy.
Could you hear the crowd?
Yeah. Another pass from the left, ladies and gentlemen. Be sure your camera's ready. Here it comes from your Oregon International Guard, the F-15 EX Eagle 2s.
Tommy's going to be in the multi.
I think, yeah.
Slide out there. I saw you walking in. I was like, oh my hands up.
They're bugging back out to PDX. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the Rocks and today's opening flyovers of the Boeing F-15. On behalf of the commander, the 142nd Fighter Wing of your Oregon International Guard, Commander Colonel J. Christensen, they hope you enjoyed this brief display by your local F-15s. For more information, you can visit them online at 142wg.ang.af.mil. We again thanks to the Oregon International Guard's 142nd Fighter Wing for their support and participation in the 2026 Oregon International Show. They'll be working their way back to PDX. Flight time out about 8 minutes. It doesn't take them very long to go in here. One final round of applause for the F-15.
I thought I made some very close.
Yeah, but well, did you like that, McMinnville? We've got a lot more afterburner to come as our day progresses, including with the F-35A Lightning II demonstration team. They join us from Hill Air Force Base on the 388th Fighter Wing of Air Combat Command. And of course, later on this afternoon, that of our United States Navy Blue Angels. You take a look as the Eagles find a bit of a hole with the clouds. Up they go, working their way to the top of the airspace. They'll be heading back to PDX. As we do every year, our show today is our chance to see some of the nation's premier hardware and appreciate the very premier pilots who operate them. And from the Mach 2 capable fighters, we're now going to change up pace and welcome something totally else, very different. It is that of the MV-22B Osprey. It's on the takeoff from directly in front of us. This aircraft joins us from Marine Medium Tilt Rotor Squadron 764. They're known as the Moonlighters. It's a unit operated at Marine Corps Air Station Miramar in San Diego, California. Since the early days of flight, there has been a dream that an airplane could hover and a helicopter that could fly as fast as far as a fixed-winged aircraft. It took decades to realize, but this is it. It's the Osprey, a tilt-rotored aircraft designed by Bell Boeing back in the 1980s. What makes Osprey cool is the fact that it can take off and land like a helicopter, and then transition and fly like an airplane. And as the Osprey begins this demonstration, you'll see those two big nacelles out there on the wingtips. They house the twin Rolls-Royce Liberty engines. The pilots for today's demonstration, Lieutenant Colonel Mersma, call sign Drago, and Major Simpson, call sign Shopback. They're also supported by Major Stewart, call sign Toast, and Major Favero, call sign Amber. Those nacelles swing some 38 feet of prop rotor blade as the aircraft approaches from the right. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the United States Marine Corps' MV-22B Osprey.
Great.
Operated by the United States Air Force, the Navy, and the Marine Corps, it represents the future of delivering supplies, people, and equipment into battle spaces across the globe. Now, as the aircraft repositions to the left, I want you to watch those nacelles. They're going to start angling higher and higher. This is accomplished via the pilot's left thumb on a switch. It's called beeping in the business, and they take nacelles up to some 90 degrees and a little bit past that allows the aircraft to actually fly in reverse. They rotate at about 8 degrees a second, meaning they can transition from airplane mode to helicopter flight in a little over 12 seconds. As the Osprey approaches, those nacelles pass through about 85 degrees, and the controls kind of transition and operate a lot more conventionally like a helicopter. And if you watch closely, you may even see the pitch of those prop rotors change as the attitude of the aircraft change as well. The flight controls computers make it happen. Watch as the Osprey works its way into a hover directly in front of us. The rotor wash being generated by these huge prop rotors is significant, roughly comparable to a Category 2 hurricane. The crew chiefs and the pilots are very well aware of what they're working with. The Osprey demonstrating to us right now something that no conventional aircraft do. Back up. And because those nacelles can rotate beyond 90 degrees, it allows it to generate thrust in reverse. The pilot moves the cyclic left or right, and it allows the aircraft to slide. It will now translate slideways with precision. The MV-22B Osprey, capable of landing aboard ships at sea. And for those of you who are familiar with naval aviation, an aircraft that are honor inside an aircraft carrier, you will know that the deck space on board is very precious. And for most naval aircraft, the wings can actually fold up. But in the case of the Osprey, they press a button and entire wing will rotate some 90 degrees. From prop tip to prop tip, it spans some 84 feet, but after folding, it takes up just 28 feet of deck space, making room for everybody else. There's the bow of the MV-22 as they complete their 360 pirouette. Watch for the transition once more back into forward flight or airplane mode as the pilot, Lieutenant Colonel Merzma, call sign Drago, works to beep the nacelles into the forward position. Let's watch for the rotation. In just about 12 seconds, the aircraft is quickly accelerating about 180 miles an hour. How about a very nice round of applause, if you would, for the crew from Marine Corps Air Station Miramar in today's performance of the MV-22B Osprey. The primary mission is for assault support, transporting Marines well above potential threats from a ship or shore and to a landing zone often hundreds of miles away. Since its first combat deployment in 2007, Marine Corps squad have accumulated more than 588,000 flight hours across 109 operational deployments worldwide. At this time, the aircraft is setting up for one final pass before its recovery, a high-speed pass and a zoom climb to the left. They'll be approaching at about 260 to 270 knots. That's about 300 miles. And zoom on by. The MV-22B also capable of aerial refueling, essentially giving it that of unlimited reach. It could go anywhere on the globe, but it's the reason why it has been so important for the Marine Corps in locations across the earth. Prior to their high-speed pass, I want you to take a look to the left. The nacelles are indeed in the vertical takeoff and landing position. They are indeed going to work their way to show center and perform a bit of a rolling touch and go. Watch for the dust to get blown up. This is going to be a great photo opportunity indeed as Spree from Marine Medium Tilt Rotor Squadron 764, the Moonlighters approach from our left.
God, look at that. Crazy. Landing. Wait, zoom in. Oh, I am.
Inside the MV-22B Osprey, for up to 20 fully equipped Marines is available along each side of the cabin. And its external sling load capability, the Osprey can carry up to 15,000 pounds underneath it. It can fly into an area, charge those troops or perhaps a vehicle or a piece of equipment, and then convert back into full airplane mode and get out of Dodge, all in just a matter of minutes. Today's demonstration is very much about access, the ability, agility, and the speed to go where, well, normal airplanes and helicopters cannot. It can land where airplanes can't, and an airplane that can in fact land from a base or a ship, fly hundreds of miles, and lift its troops or equipment to a confined space and be back home in just a matter of time. On behalf of the men and women of VMM 764, the Mooners, they hope you enjoyed this presentation of the MV-22B Osprey. The crew from Marine Corps Air Station Miramar in San Diego are pleased to be with you this weekend in McMinnville. Here's a great topside pass from the right. It's the Osprey. You can see that the wings are cantered almost forward just a little bit. And that entire wing assembly, including the nacelles, as I was mentioning to you earlier, can be rotated 90 degrees. It only takes up somewhere in the neighborhood
That's great.
of around 28 feet of deck space, left, right, making room for the other carrier-based airplanes. The MV-22B Osprey, as I mentioned, also operated by our United States Air Force. They call it the CV-22B. They use it as part of Air Force Special Operations Command, or AFSOC. And it's also operated in recent years as the replacement to the carrier onboard delivery platforms for the United States Navy, or CODS for short. It's the CMV-22B, operated by our sailors. The crew is now going to work their way around from the right-hand side and set up for their recovery out there in front of us. It is indeed a very funky-looking airplane, but again, it's very much about the ability to insert troops where required and just perhaps even support some humanitarian missions as well. On board the MV-22B Osprey, it can be equipped with a hoist and fast roping equipment to deploy folks to the ground. It can also be used for tactical operations such as halo parachute jumps, standing for high altitude, low opening. The unit today, the Moonlighters, are a Marine Corps Reserve Squadron that have been operating the Osprey for some time now. They held the distinct for flying the longest MV-22 flight in Marine Corps history, the support of an amphibious exercise, country of Brazil, some 6,165 miles away from their home base in Miramar. The Osprey, designed to replace the Vietnam-era CA-46 Knight in Marine Corps service, and it brought with it twice the speed, 5 times the range, and twice the payload. Once again, on behalf of the crew from Marine and Tilt Rotor Squadron 764 Liners, let's put our hands together and make some noise for the MV-22B Osprey. That music, honestly, more than an airplane. It's too loud. A lot of dust out there, blown up by those big prop rotor, is what they call them out there on the MV-22B Osprey. And as our air action continues, we get ready next for our upcoming aerial display. And we had the chance earlier to see the F-15 Eagles from the Oregon International Guard, but also joining us this weekend from our United States Air Force, and that of the mighty F-35A Lightning II flight demonstration team. They're from the 388th Fighter Wing, based at Hill Air Force Base in Ogden, Utah. And it's going to be a cool treat indeed, because not only are we going to get the chance today to see the full F-35 demo, but also get to experience the U.S. Air Force Heritage Flight. It was a effort to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the U.S. Air Force back in 1997 to pair together the aircraft of yesteryear with our modern fighters of today. And we're going to get the chance today to Greg B.A. Anders in Valhalla, the P-51 Mustang, as he flies alongside the F-35A Light. He'll be the star of today's profile. And then at the conclusion, U.S. Air Force Heritage, we will be all the way full bore in phase F-35 Lightning II dim. We, of course, want to make sure that you're very comfortable on this day. We have a huge variety of food and beverage vendors that have joined us this week, and many of which are using the show this weekend as a fundraiser for their local organizations groups. And some of those food trucks and other vendors are local area folks from right here in your backyard. So you can feel good that knowing that all of the money spent on a cool hot treat or a nice beverage all goes to support your friends and neighbors right here in the great state of Oregon. Now, the F-35 will be joining us remote from PDX. The reason for that is that our runway here at McMinnville is just too short to accommodate the fast movers. That's the reason why they are working their way inbound from the Portland International Guard base. They are the ones that play hosts to our military participants this weekend. Now, before we get into the demonstration, as they continue to work their way inbound, the F-35 is a really cool airplane. And it has a lot of features, a lot of which we just don't about. But what we do know about is the fact that it is a 5th generation capable airplane, meaning that it's almost invisible to radar. It has a radar depiction similar to that of a golf ball. And the helmet that the pilots wear are specially fitted for each aviator. They cost more than my house. And with a tap of a button, or actually a tap of a screen rather, on the flight control computers, allows the pilot to go into basically full virtual or augmented reality. The ability for that aviator to see completely through the air, utilizing some very high fidelity and high bit camera systems that are located throughout. All of the pilot's data from targeting systems, airspeed, altitude, pitch, ladder, you name it, is all on the pilot's visor. So he or she can look left, right, up, down, wherever he or she needs to, and have all of that data right there. It is very much a first look, first shot system, and continues to support our United States Air Force and our America's interests when called upon. The F-35 has been operated by some 13 nations across the globe now, and of course operated by our Air Force. That's the A model. The Marine Corps operates the B. It's a little different. It can hover. And the C model operated by our U.S. Navy. And it's got a little bit bigger wings and some beefier landing gear to allow for those very aggressive carrier landings on board the carriers at sea.
I don't even know where the hell.
Well, it is now time for our United States Air Force Heritage Flight. And the voice that you will hear will be that of the narrator for the F-35A Lightning II demonstration. He is that of Master Sergeant Leonard E.
You don't get one of those people, right? No, I haven't come this way. Oh, well, shit. See,
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'm lucky I
I'd like
remember
to take
which
a moment
way
to
you
describe
go.
the unique history of what you're about
By
to
the
watch.
time I to the
In
end of the
1997, the leaders of Air Combat Command assembled a
All
select
right.
group
All
of
right.
retired military and civilian performers to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the United States Air Force. From this gathering was born the Heritage Flight, a unique visual representation of the Air Force's history from the days of the Army Air Corps to present. What started out as a one-time event has grown in popularity and demand, and now Heritage Flights are performed at air shows and special events in the United States and around the world today. Please turn with me now as this rare formation approaches.
Great, right there.
To those who've had to fly and fight, who have served their country in the sky, with a grateful heart and watchful eye, we remember. And may the faithful proud machines who bore the sword of freedom on their wings be given the honor such a burden brings. When we
Way up there.
keep them flying, keep them flying, so that all who see them will know that their freedom was won by the blood that flowed.
Wow. Up here. Up here. Oh, yeah, it's gonna be hard to show.
This phase, F-51 Mustang, held by Dragon A. Andrews, the Air Force F-35A Lightning, held by none other than Intershot of Rambo Laughlin.
Those that freedom requires us to those who pay the highest price. We remember with a place of honor. what flesh and blood and steel have earned. But may the greatest glory be reserved for the colors they so bravely serve. Keep them flying, so that all who see them know that our freedom was won by the blood.
The P-51 was equipped with a 6-barrel 50-caliber machine gun and carried up to 2,000 pounds of munitions on board. Additionally, the P-51 Mustang and the pilots that flew them were crucial to turn the tide of the war into the Allies' favor.
Solid.
That works, right?
Yes, sir. There's a lot of people trying to eat.
We would like to dedicate today's Heritage Flight to all military veterans in attendance who sacrificed over the years and have helped preserve America's freedom. We hope you enjoyed watching the air formation of classic and current United States Air Force aircraft on our journey from Heritage to Horizons. Please turn with me now as this rare formation approaches from behind the crowd.
Yeah, he'll be all right.
35, guys.
Wow.
On behalf of your United States Air Force and the Commander of Combat Command, General Adrian Spain, welcome to today's performance. As we celebrate 250 years of the United States of America, we are the enduring legacy of freedom and the air power that sustains it. I am Master Sergeant Leonard Buscemi from Detroit, Team Superintendent and your name for today's performance. With me is our Team Chief, Technical Sergeant Pendleton from Plattsburgh, New York. Our team hails from the 388th Fighter Wing at Hill Air Base, Utah. The Air Force's first F-35 combat coded wing. In just a moment, our demonstration pilot and team commander, Major Sean Rambo Laughlin from Easton, Massachusetts, will arrive on target. Every maneuver you'll see today reflects the raw power, precision, and discipline our airmen demonstrate around the world. And now, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, look to the skies. I present to you the newest and most fifth-generation fighter aircraft in the world. Your United States Air Force F-35A Lightning II. F-35 system. Considers reduced ability to detect the air use of technology. In order to remain deadly, you must maintain a clean file by keeping weapons internally. The internal payload capacity is over 6,000. The F-35 is the most lethal in the world today.
There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, mission top, your answer. Today, locations are practically power. 1,000 just the speed of sound under 3 football fields per second.
Gosh, that is loud. Wow.
Ladies and
There we
gentlemen,
go.
sound of air superiority, a high speed. Yes. In a dogfight, combat maneuverability is crucial. The Lightning II's advanced flight control is the most powerful fighter engine ever built, giving an impressive 1,500-foot turn radius. As Space and Approach Show Center, he'll light the afterburner and bank sharply. Into the seat with up to 9 Gs or 9 times the force of gravity.
Wow.
Coming in from your left, the Lightning II's combat radius turn. Ladies and gentlemen, Major Laughlin has begun to reposition in preparation for the dedication pass. Major Laughlin, the F-35 demonstration team from the 380th Fighter Wing, which dedicate this pass to men and women of all branch forces and their families, who bravely fought today's joint fights. We would also like to remember our wounded warriors, veterans in attendance, and those who have given their lives fighting this great nation. This will be your best photo opportunity, so get your cameras ready to capture this salute.
In the army, we lost his right eye, flew a flag out in our yard. Till the day that he died, they wanted my mother.
Wow.
Now, over your left shoulder, the F-35 demonstration team proudly presents the dedication pass.
Now this nation that I love is falling under attack. A mighty sucker punch came flying in from somewhere in the back. So
Major Laughlin now demonstrate the Lightning II's unmatched agility. No sense of being since approach, he's in the inverted position. As he reaches the show center, he complete a 3-3 roll and finish this pass inverted. Closing in from right, Major Laughlin actually performing the inverted pass.
There we go. Look down. Upside down.
ability to maintain slow flight is usually executed flight control power fighter engine ever built, making it possible to reduce the F-35 speed to less than 100 knots. Coming in from your loft will demonstrate the F-35's slow speed capability. And then, just as Passenger Center will once again witness the raw power of the engine as he lights the afterburner and accelerates the aircraft in a near vertical climb.
That is crazy. Look at that. Look how slow he's going. Wow. Stopping, nearly stopping. Nearly stopped. They had to put on the safety.
Don't quite yet. As the stack then unrolls to demonstrate the use of plus roll maneuverability. Coming in from the right side, closing rolls. In the front, the F-35 select controls are a distinct advantage to outmaneuver their opponents. As Major Law of the Approach Center, 135 degrees of heat change in 3 seconds. Slide until then. Power the lockdown maneuver. Closing from your left. Ladies and gentlemen,
Good
the
Lord.
tactical pitch.
Some zesty music, though.
As planned, I'd like to give a shout out to our expert maintenance team who made today's demonstration possible. Our F-35 dedicated crew chief, Staff Sergeant Jose Flores from San Lorenzo, Puerto Rico. Staff Sergeant Aiden Lopestone. Staff Sergeant Brayden Biscuit from Cedar Rapids, and Senior Airman Orrin Hamtree from Gulfport, Mississippi. Our team's avionics specialist, Senior Airman Trevor O'Rochi from San Diego, California, and public Representative Emma McHenry from Naples, Florida. To conclude today's demonstration, we hope you enjoyed just a brief display of only a fraction of the F-35's full combat capability. As a part of the most capable Air Force the world has ever known, your F-35 Lightning IIs are ready to defend our nation's skies and dominate the battlespace anywhere on the globe. Ready to aim high, fly firm. On behalf of your United States Air Force, the Commander of Air Combat Command, General Adrian Spain, and all of the men and women of Air Combat Command, thank you for your attendance, your patriotism, and your support. If you enjoyed today's performance, make sure you like and follow us on Facebook and Instagram at F-35 Demo Team and tag us in all of your social media posts at hashtag F-Demo Team. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put our hands together and make some noise for the F-35. Yeah. Talk about a this demonstration indeed, and let that extend as well to the official narrator of the team as well. His name is Master Sergeant Leonard Buscemi. Nice work, partner. Good stuff indeed. Well, as PDX, actually I said the F-35 works its way back to PDX, we've got a lot to come as truly we are just getting it started as part of everything that we've got lined up for you, taking us all the way through about 4:30 this afternoon with our United States Navy Blue Angels taking to the eye at 3:30. I got to tell you a quick story about the F-35, and we were talking a little bit about sensor fusion. We were talking a little bit about stealth capabilities as well. It was a scheme of a pair of F-35 C models that were out flying over the Pacific. We're at a Naval Air Station or in California. They were out on a train, and the data collection capabilities, if you will, on the F-35 are really unmatched, or at least it's told. It has the ability with other ground, sea, and air assets in the battle space. And it's not given perhaps a target plan. It will just kind of pick up blips here and there of things that move. The two ship of F-30s are out over the Pacific Ocean, and there was a blip that showed up on their visor. It would appear, disappear, and then reappear again. They thought perhaps that it was a fishing vessel out there on the horizon bobbing up and down. They went to go check it out. Turns out it wasn't a boat at all. It was a whale. The F-35 the targeting system picked up a whale out in the ocean. They went to go check it out, of course, because whales are cool. We love the whales. But it gives you just an unclassified idea of the capabilities of the supercomputer that is that aircraft that we've had the chance to see here today. Again, joining us from Hill Air Force Base in Ogden, Utah. Thanks to the F-35A Lightning II demonstration team. And quite a treat as well to witness that of the U.S. Air Force Heritage Flight with the North American P-51 Mustang. Greg Anders, BA, pilot of the Mustang, with a chance to see a little more of the P-51 later on in our show. Having both of those airplanes paired together, the common conceptions is that the F-35 is the Mustang's at max power, and not really the case. World War II P-51 had the capability of about 470 or so miles an hour, and it actually pairs pretty well in the good regime environment of with the F-35. Of course, the F-35 can go well beyond speed of sound. We can't do that here. Because the resulting sound barrier in which it is broken and that sonic boom would just about knock out every window in the 5 nautical mile radius. So they are limited to 0.98 Mach or 98% the speed of sound. Still to come on our show today, we're going to be welcoming the return of our Stoll players. The Erickson Collection joins us with the chance bought for you, Corsair. Doug Griffin will be the pilot of the Bent Wing Bird today. Nathan Hammond is here. The de Havilland Super Chipmunk, the Ghost Rider. Red Bull Air Force will return. The Full Bird Collection assembled here with the Mustang, the Sky Raider, and the Bearcat will fly. Aaron Fitzgerald in the Bocal BO-105 helicopter, and finally the U.S. Navy Blue Angels, 3:30 here today. Today's air show goes to support our local charities and youth organizations throughout the community, honoring aviation's past while inspiring the next generation is at the heart of what we do, and giving back is part of the mission every single year. Because of your support and attendance today, the Oregon International Airshow has proudly contributed more than $6.99 million to local charities, community partners, and organizations since 1988. We thank you for helping us to make a difference. Also, thanks to our amazing volunteer team, over 500 members from setup to time to tear down. These dedicated volunteers help bring the airshow to life each season. Join us in giving a huge thank you to our volunteers whose passion and hard work makes today's air show possible. We, of course, do want to remind you the entirety of our air show grounds is indeed a no drone zone. But if you see one right on the line down to air show right, that one, Well, that one is in conjunction with the Aviation Administration. It has been approved to be here. Just doing a couple of photo flights up and down the line in front of us. That's the only one approved and will only fly during certain times. So if you are here with a friend or family members, and if you don't like them that much, we just recommend you take about 3 steps to the left. They'll be doing a couple of photo flights up and down the line in front of us. We, of course, want to say a very big thanks to many of our partners who have stepped up to make this grand day possible, including our friends at West Metro Ambulance. They're a longtime partner of this show. Real care, real heart, every mile, every person, every time. They're proud to support today's high-flying activities. Our thanks to Par Lumber, proud to support this grand aviation event. And they say thanks to you for helping us celebrate the incredible weekend of aviation, community, and family fun. Thanks to Curtis, there's a full-service RV dealership. Trailers, fifth wheels, collars, more dedicated to making your RV adventures fun and rewarding. Also, our thanks to Xfinity. Take activity to new heights. They proudly support today's air show. Fast and reliable internet at a great value. And a thanks to Warehouse, a local leader in sustainable forestry and product manufacturing. They're proud to support and play their part in this significant community event. We appreciate their partnership and ongoing commitment to aviation and our community. Well, joining me back here on the stand is that of a board member for the Oregon International Airshow and a great human being all the way around. It's that of Steph Strickland. Hello, Steph. Great demonstration by the F-35 as always. The team, the audience. You know, we're going to a little bit about robotics. They're just big, giant robots. End of the day, supercomputers, if you will. Did you guys figure out your USB adaptation from our?
Actually, we should put that out to everybody here. I know someone here actually. Listen, I spoke earlier, on behalf of the F-15s and the 142nd Wing as an honorary commander in this capacity, coming to you not only as a board member here at this air show, but also as a tour for Skyview Robotics Team 2811 and 9567. And I'm joined now on the announcer stand by my daughter, as well as Aiden Goldman from Chaos Theory, a world competitive team,
well known,
along with Skyview Robotics, very well known. In fact, the Blue Angels, one of them yesterday said, my kids love watching Chaos Theory content online. These robots are no joke, Luke, and we brought them here. So if you want to find these robots, you want to have your kids come out and catch these foam rings that Nerd Herd, our local McMinnville team, their robot that shoots those foam rings for the kids to catch. Our robot shoots these yellow high density foam balls that are super fun. Lots to see and do, but let me start here by inviting Aiden to take the microphone today. Aiden, you were captain of Chaos Theory. What does it mean to come out here to an air show like this? You're a pilot yourself, bridging this gap between robotics and your love of aviation and showing kids STEM and what it can offer. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Thank you, Steph. Yeah, and being able to come out to shows like this and share what to many of us has just been an incredible opportunity to grow and learn. And it's really an opportunity for so many kids to explore the STEM fields and really learn about something that most kids don't get an opportunity to do. And it opens up to so many more people. And for the Oregon International Airshow to invite us out here to be able to talk and show you our robots and tell you more about what First Robotics Competition does for high schoolers, middle schoolers, elementary schoolers coming into the workforce. It's really incredible.
You hit the magic word, workforce. That is what it is about. And I you both Chaos Theory's robot as well as Skyview Robotics Robot 2811 went to world competitions this year. My daughter is captain of that team. 90 kids last year we had on the team out Houston, Texas, where 51,000 students competed from 40 countries. And it absolutely blew my mind. Talk to me about what robotics means for you and sort of the trajectory of what you want to do in the future.
So when I first joined robotics, I had no idea what it was. These robots looked really scary, had no idea what FIRST was. I was a sophomore in high school. I had for 1 year already, and I decided to take a leap of faith. I'm going to step out of my comfort zone and see what this does. And my progression from team 9567 to 2811 has literally changed my life. On 9567, I learned about the engineering and design process. How do you put things together? I did a whole bunch of electrical stuff on there. And 2811, I'm on the design team. So fabrication, assembly, there is so much. And joining robotics and FIRST has literally given me like the confidence that I never knew I had. I believe in myself now. And if you told me 3 years ago, you want to be an engineer now, I would have thought you were joking. Yeah.
I think for you, if you've heard this and you've got some kids here, you should definitely go check it out. When I say robots, these are no small robots. They're about 3 feet by feet, somewhere between 150 and 175 pounds, whatever the competition says. They're big and they shoot quite far and they're a ton of fun. And we've had kids and parents coming by all day. So we look forward to seeing you out there. You can find it over by where the 35A demonstration team was selling their merchandise. They're lighter, kind of by the FBO, right in the middle of, if you can find President's Club, you can find the Sky Robotics trailer. Again, a special shout out to Nerd Herd, the local team that's out here as well. They're the ones that are shooting those foam rings for the kids to catch that everyone's just having so much fun with.
It's cool indeed. You mentioned a bit about competition, and for those of you who may not be as familiar, can you talk a little bit about what are the tasks? I mean, I'm sure you've got all sorts of different categories.
This is a great question.
That's a good question,
Talk
Ray.
a little bit about the time they learn the game to how many weeks before they have a mission-ready robot.
Yeah, and this is what part of what makes First really special and is the sheer intensity of it. Every January, about the second week, 9th or 10th, we get a brand new game via a live stream that streams across the whole world at the same time. All 3,700 teams get it exactly at the same time. Then they're all on the field competing by the first week of March. And a week from scratch to build, like Steph said, 3-foot, 150 robot from scratch. And this is all high schoolers doing it. We do everything from the ground up, design, fabricating, programming, putting it all together. We do that in about 6 to 8 weeks. And it's really it's an incredible process to watch.
And then, Elle, talk about this year's game. What was the task? What did they have to do this year?
So basically, you'll see these like big yellow foam balls. And what we like to say is it's like robot basketball. And so your robot will have some sort of It's like a big basketball. So many different all the logos of data. You can have a big long shooter, one turret, multiple shooters. It's just such a process to watch. And by the end of it, these robots are just big balls.
Care about your robots.
It was a ton of fun, Luke. Thank you. I see we've got some of our warbirds taken to the sky. I really appreciate you letting me share some of your microphone time with these incredible kids, the wave of the future, as we say, and talk about the robots. Come out on the field, you guys. Come see it. We would love to have you play around with these robots in person.
Thank you, Steph, very much. A big round of applause also, if you would, for Aiden and Elle joining us tonight, this afternoon, rather. And appreciate y'all being part of the show, showcasing all great things, science, technology, engineering, math, and even the arts. Well, right now, as we take a look high overhead, we do indeed have the launch of the Chance Vought F4U Corsair. It's flown by Doug Griffin. He'll be working his way up to altitude to the perch to prepare for his air start here in just a little bit. He's just going to go up, let the engine cool off a bit, get fully in tune with his airplane, and we will see a fully aerobatic display by the famed Bitwing Warbird from World War II. In just a moment, we are about to see that of our STOL players. Short takeoff and landing. Folks from right here in the McMinnville area, they'll be heading up for their second of their flights of the day. And we want to let you know that the McMinnville Airport is one of the very few Oregon airports that is home to a special bird. It's called a streaked horned lark. It is a threatened bird that was once abundant from Northern California through British Columbia. And now 3 small areas of Oregon and Washington state. It has been estimated that less than 1% of their native habitat remains. And airports, they very much love. It's in the range. And the Oregon International Airshow with the FAA work with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to ensure minimal disturbance to the lark's nesting areas here on the field. And by partnering, we hope to add a few more wings to the... Our STOL demo will be underway here in just a couple of minutes. We want to make sure, again, you're staying very comfortable out there. And if you're looking for a great take-home memento so you can enjoy the memories of today, well, after the show has ended, we again encourage you to stop by and check out the Dream Big FA-18 Hornet Cockpit Experience. Dewey Larson and the team Mike Anderson, the whole group down there. Can get you outfitted in an authentic flight gear, a helmet, get your photo taken in a real-life F-18 Hornet cockpit, previously flown by the Navy, currently painted in the paint scheme of Top Gun Maverick and Captain Pete Maverick Mitchell, and previously flown by the Blue Angels. That's located all the way down to Airshow Lap within the static display area.
Skinny. If you don't know what we're talking about, I might have to hold man help me spell it out. Yeah, if you don't know what we're talking about, conversation issues, help me spell it out. Hey, you ain't never seen nobody this. It's like we've been licking. Come on, man, I'm spelling it. You ain't never seen nobody.
We have had the opportunity to witness a variety of general aviation airplanes fly for a morning, and now this afternoon they have returned for their display slot. And back on the stand with us is that from Precision Helicopter here at the McMinnville Airport. It's Grayson Burrows. Hello, Grayson.
Hello, Luke, and good afternoon, McMinnville.
We had the chance, as part of our pre-show, to see a lot of our friends here in the area do their STOL thing. And for those of you who perhaps weren't here or weren't necessarily plugged in and up on the line yet, STOL, short takeoff or landing. And these airplanes, in a lot of cases, built from the ground up for precisely that. And it's a skill. It's a skill to get these aircraft into the country, whether it be a gravel bar on a river somewhere or maybe just a clearing in the trees where perhaps distance isn't your friend. The second thing is competition. And that's become very popular in a couple of years.
Exactly. We're kind of fighting for some rubber trophies out here right now. We've got two of our local favorites, Ty Burlingham and Tequila Sunrise. That's a little 150 out front. And we've got Jeff Whiteley in the Beast. That's a highly modified Cessna 175. We're going to show you something a little bit different this afternoon. This morning, as Luke mentioned, we did traditional STOL. We combined the takeoff distance, the landing distance. If you don't cross over the line and scratch, like Ty this morning, but I won't mention that.
Or
Ty. But today what we're going to do this afternoon, it's a demonstration of a STOL race. We're going to line up on a start line down on 2-2. We're going to actually use the paved runway for once. We don't like to use paved runway in the backcountry. We're grass stripped guys. We're going to go out to the runway. We're going to line up on a start line. Ty is going to go 100%, take off. He's going to get to the midfield line. There's some cones out there at the midfield station. You're going to see those airplanes cut the power, go into a side slip. So they've gone as fast as they can. Now they've got to slow down, touch the ground, come to a complete stop, perform a 180-degree spin, and come right back to the line, over the midfield line, cut the power, go into a slip, and come to a stop. We're going to time them. We can't go side by side today because of safe distance on that runway. What we're going to do is time them. So when Ty is ready, he's going to go 100% on the roll, left to right. All right, Ty's airborne. I'll call the midfield for you. You'll see him cut that engine and go into a slip right about now.
Get your hands, boys, right here. Side load.
Don't worry about those tires, Ty. Once he comes to a stop, he's going to do a hand turn and come right back at you. From the right.
150 or something, right? That's definitely a 150.
All right, here he comes right to left. Once he gets airborne, he's going to keep that speed up as fast as he can, which is kind of the opposite of STOL. Coming over that midline, cut the power, go into a slip.
Can't get to the goal, I take my chair. Drop them down and fall back.
That's a score of 1 minute, 7 seconds. So let's see what the Beast has in store for us. The time to beat with smoke on 107. He's airborne.
I think. I'm not sure what the hell this is. Let's
Hear him go. Drops at 0470 from full power down to nothing.
Where that be?
He's using Brembo brakes out there. He's got Stoll wheels out of Alaska on that aircraft.
Where that thing?
Smoke on. Coming right back at you from the right. He's airborne. Can't get the speed.
It's fun, Grayson, to watch wheels shield a bit with that titanium landing gear and those big Bush tires. We were talking today, really don't have a whole lot of pressure in them. That's on purpose.
That is on purpose. Between 5 and 8 pounds of pressure in those tires, so we can roll over debris and curb the stop and the shock of the landing. Folks, we got to time in at 103. So 103 is now the time to beat for Ty. Come on, folks. Put them on.
You gotta do is put on drinking.
We're on the coals, Ty. Let's go.
You gotta start drinking now.
Maybe I need to figure out some.
150
And the
right
big
there.
part too, Grayson, is
Just a little
just
baby
the
airplane.
reposition piece, because every it counts. And in the case for both traditional Stoll competition and for Stoll drag, it's really the individuals with the least amount of numerical numbers added together who's the winner.
Exactly. This is a golf game for airplanes.
Golf game. Okay.
I gotta get myself up off the side of the road. That's a pretty good as a hell. Don't understand, but I can't get myself off the side of the road.
Ty is very consistent with another score of 107.
I don't know how they're keeping score. I don't get it. How they're keeping score.
All right, here we go. Jeff with a beast.
Time to lay his head on down a hill and let the truth be told.
You know, another factor in Stoll racing or Stoll drag is that you have to fight winds from every direction. You might take off into the wind, but you're turning around and landing downwind. So you've got tailwind pushing you forward. Real tricky flying.
Airplanes like to land into the wind, and in a Stoll competition as well, if you got it right on the nose, I mean, you can fly that thing in some really slow ground speed. Of course, the wing doesn't know much different, but the lift that we're seeing right there, kind of a little bit of knife-edge-ish flight, is actually the ability for that rudder to do a bit of work to help slow the airplane down.
Jeff and Ty are using every element of that aircraft. They're using ailerons, elevator, rudder. At a 105, a score of 105 for Jeff. Push it, Ty. Let's go. You got 103 to beat. Let's do this. Yeah, to your point, Luke, us Stoll pilots, we like wind. More wind, the merrier for us. Less ground speed, more airspeed.
Like here.
What they're doing is just slow. They're cutting the engine and then doing this.
All right, Ty's on his way back. Made the 180 turn. Here he comes.
Like a flip. Or simple stuff. Yeah, so it's full rudder, wing down.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we almost got one.
That is textbook by Ty. Working that airplane. Let's see what his time is. Ty is 3 at 107. For every second. Get out.
And what's worth mentioning too, Grayson, is the fact that you want to get in. You're a pilot, and you want to get involved in this type of thing, whether for fun or just otherwise. Before it was kind of like, well, to have a carbon cub, or you got to get yourself a big tail wheel and a big engine and stuff on it. But our buddy Ty out there is in the 150, so it is truly can be an every man's sport as it pertains to those who are pilots. And to give you an idea that there's a lot to explore out there in the world of aviation, so many different types of facets. And it's very cool to see still becoming a lot more prevalent across the nation, not only for the great work that they do up in places like Alaska, where these airplanes are as prevalent as cars, but just the sport element of it as well. I think that's a lot of fun.
Yeah, the camaraderie is awesome. And you can put any airplane out here if you stole racing, stole drag. Let's have a Cherokee one or
I am a renter, so I don't own one, but I get to borrow one on occasion. So
well, that's the best case. It's like a rental. Just bring it out here and put it on the stole race.
Yeah, I don't know if the FBO where I rent mine from would be cool with that. Who knows? Whatever. But it is neat, because
I don't even know.
We were talking a bit about the different facets of aviation, right? Whether you fly for the ability to get from point A to point B, and you might do that personally as a private pilot. You might own a Bonanza, or like you fly the Piper Archer or something like that, or a 182. And that's a lot of fun, but there's a lot of recreational elements to flight. Stuff like this, the Experimental Aircraft Association, TAA, fly-ins. It's the airplanes that really brought us here, but it's the people that keep us together.
It's crazy.
There's something for everybody. You don't have to be a pilot to be involved in GA. Get into that EA chapter, like you mentioned. They need mechanics, they need helpers, they need all the help they can get. You don't have to be a pilot to be part of aviation.
No one would want to be a pilot.
All right, here comes Ty. We're going to will him across the line. He is going to beat that 107 this time. I just got a feeling.
I think it's time back. Here to there. They cut the engine, full rudder.
Sideways. Did you play that song
I did.
purposely?
Yeah.
Like,
Slightly curious. I figured it would be.
Not really, because they're cutting the engine
for the stole track stuff.
Cutting the engine. Flip.
If we do more of these this weekend, Luke, I feel like we've got a real Joe Troy Aikman.
I don't know how they're.
Yeah, I like that.
So.
I'll take it.
Another plane.
I don't know. All right, here comes the beast. Left to right.
No. I don't even know what the fuck's going on. But this is where you see a side load and people are trapped. Kind of shit. Nothing
It's a little bit different technique there. That's tough to see. There's less of a slip, more flap on that one. Well, let's see how this pans out for him. He stopped, turning right, back 180 degrees, coming right back at you, right to left, and we got a little bit of a surprise for you guys.
Little bit of surprise. Uh-oh. You're ready. Those wheels all fucking. Yeah, that wheel was like.
I'm scared. I got that on my video from 2 years ago because I was in the hot pits, and there's this plane that, like, if my truck sounded like that plane, my truck would leave the drive. And they're going flying with this thing, dude. It's all.
112.6 for the Beast.
How are they scoring? I know other. Just the two, yeah.
Ty wants one more. He's up here begging to the air boss. We approved it. He wants one more run.
Half your life, making it right. One day I'm the exception. Most days I'm just like most.
I don't even know what the hell they're doing.
Some days I'm headed in the
How they're timing, what the hell's going on?
days I ain't even close. I'm a little bit steady, but still a little bit rolling stone. I'm a little bit heaven, but still a little bit flesh and bone. A little foul, a little don't know where I am. I'm a little
Look at that speed. Oh. Little bit of a bounce with little wheels.
Ty had to work that touchdown pretty hard. There's some wind down on the end of 4 that was kind of ruining his little landing right there, but he did. He's coming back.
Like a bone stock ass 152.
just don't get it wrong. I'm still a little bit crazy. Sometimes it's run down. 10 years. I'm a little bit steady, but still a little bit rolling stone. I'm a little bit heaven, but still a little bit fleshy. Little foul, little don't know where I am.
That is Ty's best time. Get a 106 on that one. Let's hear it for Ty Burlingham and the mighty 150, 150.
What's going on, guys?
That's like the first time he called it. Which one?
I don't know yet. I don't know.
Just like one.
Similar technique for Jeff. Full flaps, comes to a touchdown. He's up on his mains right now. Tail is down.
Flaps
Come to
are
a
up.
stop and turn to the left.
Battery. Oh,
Light him up.
Smoke on.
Six that right.
Just like me. I'm a little bit steady, but still a little bit rolling. I'm a little bit heaven, but still a little bit fleshy. I got a little foul, little messy.
oh.
Walk down like one, two, three, 5, 6, 7, 8. They got about
Jeff's way too heavy right now, so he's going to get rid of some of that excess weight. Liquid smoke. Here it comes. Get your cameras out. Jeff Whiteley in the Beast. Smoke on.
There we go. Whole runway. Whole runway. Whole runway.
That's that. Even the cover of Flying Magazine and AOPA Magazine. That same look.
I'm watching the air bosses up here. LaDuska Miller and Jim Gibson. They're just have to look at the smoke, right? They're like, that's good. Where the wings are doing. That'll help them sequence the rest of the day based on what runways the performer use. So it's anyway. Thanks to Jeff for the wind indication out there.
That's a free look. We will not charge you guys a dime for that.
You know, sockeye swimming when he gets back.
Baker Lake.
Down Bay Street.
Yep, right at the base of a volcano. Pretty crazy because at any time it could go off.
I know.
They could just go off.
That concludes our demonstration. I wanted to say thank you to everybody for letting us come out here and show you what we do in the backcountry. We'll be out here again tomorrow morning at 11. And for you NASCAR fans, there you go.
Thanks, Grayson. Ladies and gentlemen of Oregon, let's give it up for the short takeoff and landing demo. Thanks, Grayson. Appreciate it, my friend.
You bet, Luke. Love being up here with you.
Well, here's what's happened, everybody. We're going to get our still players back to their parking spots, and the Corsair will be coming up next. Doug Griffin from the Erickson Aircraft Collection of Madras, Oregon, will be joining us next. We do hope that you're getting tons of great pictures and videos of today's show using the official hashtag of the weekend. It's that of hashtag Oregon Airshow on all of your social media posts. And whether it be Facebook, X, or Instagram, we'd love to see your content as an experience through your point of view. And if you get some great pictures and captures from the day as well, you can send them over my way at Airshow Luke. I get the opportunity, the honor, really, to host some of North America's finest aerial events from coast to coast and international every so often. And for me up here, I'm just equipped with the Mark I smartphone, but I know there are some very talented photographers out there, both on the phones and with the big lenses as well. Would love to connect with you, see your content. Hope to connect with you on all the social medias at Airshow Luke. The Oregon International Airshow welcomes you to the McMinnville Municipal Airport, where our community and our partners play a big part in what makes today's air show possible. We want to say thank Anheuser-Busch. From thrilling aerobatics to ice-cold refreshments, Anheuser-Busch and Budweiser are keeping the excitement soaring all weekend long here at the Oregon Air Show at McMinnville. Thanks to Xfinity, taking connectivity to new heights. Xfinity is proud to support today's event with fast and reliable internet. Thanks to Wine and Barrel. If you're looking for a glass of wine, charcuterie, or perhaps just a cold drink, Wine and Barrel is the place to be. And to Recology Western Oregon, their employee-owned, community-driven, inviting you to reach for new heights, reduce, reuse, and recycle for a cleaner and brighter tomorrow. Their generosity and support helps ensure that this event can continue to inspire and entertain.
All right. There we go. Appreciate that right there. You can't even read it. Oh, too zoomed in. Alistair, I appreciate the super chat there. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Show shall continue. I think the next segment is like 5 minutes away.
Well, if you have a love for naval aviation, and here in the Pacific Northwest, you certainly do, what we're about to see working its way inbound from its takeoff earlier is that of the Chance Vought F4U Corsair, perhaps one of the most decorated and celebrated carrier-based fighter in the history of naval aviation. It is here today, being flown by Doug Griffin, the bent-winged bird, as it was known. The Corsair first flew in May of 1940, and when it entered service in December of 1942, it was the fastest aircraft in the world at some 470 miles per hour. But with that speed, and a new capability for the Navy and the Marine Corps, it came with a set of engineering challenges that produced a silhouette that is very much something belongs to the aircraft we'll see next. The Corsair was introduced to Navy service and also to the United States Marine Corps with Marine Fighter Squadron VMF 214. They were known as the Black Sheep Squadron. It was led by a guy named Major Gregory Boyington. His call sign was Pappy because he was about in his mid-20s. And while they were very proficient at what they did during the Pacific Theater of Operations, and it sparked the efforts of a television show. It was called Ba Ba Black Sheep, and it ran from 1976 to 1978. Robert Conrad was the actor who played that of Pappy Boyington. He, the real Pappy Boyington, was an ace, one of the Pacific's most premier aviators, and an ace like that of an individual who had tallied some 5 aerial victories. Pappy Boyington had 28 of them. In a moment, we are about to see the bent-winged bird, the Corsair, an aircraft that, in fact, served not only in World War II, but also in Korea. And the aircraft today helps celebrate also our Korean War the paint scheme of that of Navy Squadron VF-32, the swordsman, and tells the story of devotion. You may remember the film of that name that came out a couple of years ago in 2022, and it followed a real-life story.
There we go. Now,
of a gentleman under the name that of Jesse Brown. He was the first African-American aviator to complete the Navy's basic flight training program, and he struggled with adversity, but found a home amongst the aviators of VF-32. During the Korean War, his Corsair took on very heavy fighter. He had to get the job done. His engine took a great deal of punishment, and while he was able to succeed in his mission, the engine finally quit. It required him to make an off-airport forced landing, and what ultimately happened was the case of him landing in a very remote location. Remember, this is that of North Korea at the time. And he landed his aircraft there on a very rugged piece of terrain. His wingman was that of a guy named Tom Hudner. And he, as his wingman, decided that he needed to help save his buddy. So he actually crash landed his own Corsair in the wilderness and realized that Jesse Brown could not free himself from his own Corsair due to the damage. The rescue mission was called in. They were going to use a helicopter in order to get it done, but they were unable to free Brown, stuck inside as nightfall quickly approached. Hudner, who also crash landed his own Corsair, beat the airplane with all of his might, but then stops once he realizes that Brown had passed away. Tom Hudner made a promise to return, recover the remains of Jesse Brown's, but the Navy denied him. Brown's body was never recovered. In fact, Hudner attempted to get approval to visit the crash site to recover his wingman, and even at the age of 89 years old, when he visited North Korea in the attempt to recover the remains, he was told to return later in September when the weather was better. Hudner passed at his home in 2017 at the age of 93. That is a true story and was the result of the film of devotion that is available online via many of the streaming devices. I hope you get a chance to check that out. The aircraft today that we're about to see is the Chance Vought F4U-7 course. It was operated by the French Navy. It is in the paint scheme of VF-32 because it was this aircraft, along with the Douglas Skyraider we'll see later, that were the members of the screen as part of that film, Devotion, from 2022. The Erickson Aircraft Collection serving as an entity to keep these airplanes flying, to share the stories of our veterans. And as we take a look to the left, the Corsair has been cleared and bound.
almost can't hear the damn thing.
That was the theme song of that TV show back in the 1970s. And that sound accompanied by the sound of the Corsair, the power of the aircraft's Pratt & Whitney R2800 double wasp radial engine, some 18 cylinders and 2 rows.
Wow, 18 cylinders.
300 plus horsepower. It is a very capable naval fighter, the Corsair, one of naval aviation's most cherished assets.
Crazy. There we go.
There were a couple of different nicknames for the Corsair. One was Bent-Winged Bird. The Imperial Japanese, they named it Whistling Death. Another common name by pilots and maintainers was the Hose Nose. On the nose out there, it swung a nearly 13-foot propeller that allowed that 2,000 horsepower to be put to good use, enabling the aircraft to reach speeds in excess of 470 miles per hour. Marine Fighter Squadron 214, the Black Sheep, were declared combat ready and deployed to Guadalcanal in 1943 with the leadership of Major Boynton. The Corsair and the Black Sheep Squadron became synonymous with marine excellence in the Pacific. The Corsair was perhaps the branch's first ever high-roll fighter. It was a night high-altitude fighter, fighter bomber, and photo reconnaissance platform. This was an aircraft that had a little bit of problems when it was introduced into naval aviation service. The original aircraft, in fact, had straight, flat wings on it, very similar to perhaps the F-4F Wildcat or the F-6F Hellcat from Grumman. But with that giant propeller on the nose, there were some issues with new pilots. Again, remember, they were only 18 or 19 years old, striking the decks of those straight-decked wooden aircraft carriers. So the designers at Chance Vaught came up with this design. It's called the inverted gull wing. And what they were able to do was to take the wings right there at the fuselage, angle them some 90 degrees downwards. That's where the strongest part of that wing is. And then gull them outbound. And it allowed them to mount the landing gear there at that lowest point. The original ones had very tall landing gear, and the taller they are, the less sturdy they become. And it fixed all of those problems. The Corsair, of over 12,500 that were built today, only about 20 or less are still in airworthy condition. This one, operated by the French Navy. We're going to watch from the right as Doug Griffin approaches in this airplane, 4U-7.
Wow. Hard to keep track of them. When it's zoomed in, I'm so zoomed in. There we go.
The Corsair flew very prominently in World War II, but in Korea, it attacked enemy positions often under the cover of darkness. And one of those remarkable chapters was in April of 1952, where a young Jesse Pullmore, flying a night fighter version of the Corsair, actually shot down a Russian-built MiG-15 jet. And even with the advent of jet technology that was invented much by that of the German Air Force or the Luftwaffe at the end of World War II, the Corsair remained a very reliable fighter, both air-to-air and air-to-ground. Completing the big barrel roll in front of us, showcasing the classy lines of the Chance Vaught F4U Corsair. How about a very nice round of applause for Doug Griffin?
Yes.
This aircraft built in 1952, flying with the French Navy, who operated the type through 1963. It flew combat missions in Indochina and in Algeria long after World War II had ended. It's a bit of an interesting story. You can check. After its time in French service, it was later sent to England for restoration. It is now part of the Erickson Air Collection of Madras, Oregon. This F4U-7 Corsair is some 73 years old.
Wow. 73 years old. All right.
Doug Griffin is our pilot today. He has over 30 years of experience restoring, flying, and maintaining World War II aircraft. He flies currently the B-17 Flying Fortress and has pilots a wide variety of the collection's airworthy warbirds, including the P-38, the P-51, the B-25, the Corsair, and the P-47. Doug Griffin travels the airshow circuit with the Erickson Air Collection to entertain audiences and to showcase these historic aircraft. Another great opportunity. Let's just take a look and a listen. That low growling sound, reminiscent of the aircraft of yesteryear, that radial engine, 2,300 horsepower. And for the term radial, if you're not so familiar with that term, unlike the vehicles in our cars, say a V6 or a V8, in a radial engine, the cylinders are located in a circular fashion around that central propeller shaft. And by way of science and things I don't truly understand, makes for a growling sound. Let's continue to listen. I always want to take the opportunity where we can to really soak in the sounds of these vintage military aircraft. How about we again put our hands together for Doug Griffin and his handling display today of the Chance Vaught Corsair. Doug is going to set up to land here in just a couple of short moments. We're going to recover a Pilatus PC-12 turboprop. And Nathan Hammond will be joining us next. The de Havilland Super Chipmunk, known as the Ghost Rider. It was during World War II that America was, well, determined to get the job done. The ingenuity and the dedication to the mission to get what needed to be executed in a very short order was very much a great cultural piece of America's history during that time. Believe it or not, between 1941, December 7th, 1941, with the nation's formal entrance into the war with Pearl Harbor, through the end of World War II with the victory in Europe and the victory in Japan, or VE or VJ days, more than 300,000 American airplanes were built by a variety of companies, including that of Chance Vaught. Many of these Corsairs were also built on license by the Goodyear Tire Company and also by Brewster Aircraft and others. We're going to have a chance a little bit later to see the North American P-51 Mustang. We're going to see the Douglas 84 Sky Raider. They built a great deal of aircraft as well. And also the Grumman Bearcat. They also join us from the Erickson collection. But during World War II, you have to remember that we had to get things done in a very short order. And the United States Army Air Corps and the United States Navy worked to provide a training syllabus to get these very new aviators up in the air so they could go do the work that was required. And to do that was via a three-phase training process that took place over the course of about a year. And there were about 3 months of each piece of the training. It was basic with flying airplanes into the Boeing Stearman biplane, learning the, I should say, primary elements of flight, takeoffs and landings. Primary was first, basic was second, and the third was that of advanced training. An aircraft such as the North American AT-6 Texan, or in Navy service, it was called the SNJ. Typically, these new pilots, again, 17, 18, 19-year-olds, would obtain around 70 to 80 hours flight time before they were shipped off to their combat assignments to fly aircraft like the Corsair. But as time progressed and more pilots were needed, there are particular documented instances of some aviators obtaining about 15 to 20 total hours of flying time before they were shipped off to both the European and or Pacific theater of operations. I had more time driving on a gravel road in the family's car before they let me loose. So it just gives you an idea of really how staggering things were during that time. We got our data, in fact, and all the information not via the internet. It was via that of the radio. And for those of you who are old enough to remember, or if you're like me and like to tinker with really cool old stuff, you'll remember those old transistor radios. There were tubes in them, and you had to let them warm up just a bit. But once you did, this would have been a sound you would have heard.
Have vegetables lots on your table next winter. You can have your own fresh vegetables on your table this summer if you have your own Victory Garden. Yes, there's no restriction on home canning and home processing of vegetables and garden fruits and berries. Plan your Victory Garden now. Get your garden plot lined up. Get the advice of a garden expert if you need it, and be prepared to grow your own for victory. Join a garden club or community garden movement, or share a garden with your neighbor. You can help win the battle of food production. You can help our fighting men get the food they need. You can help save the vital metals used in commercial canning if you grow your own Victory Garden in 1943. For further information, write to Victory Gardens, Washington, D.C. Victory Gardens, Washington, D.C.
Those were the type of commercials on the radio back then. This was the type of music as well. The celebrities of the day. People like Bob Hope and Bing Crosby and Lou Costello, just to name a few. And stateside, the real heroes were the Rosie the Riveters, the women in the workforce that worked in the shipyards and the factories and the warehouses that produced tanks, ships, aircraft, and ammunition, or perhaps bombers, and bullets. It was very much their efforts here at home that provided the opportunity for, again, America to really get the job done. It was very needed in Europe and also in the Pacific. It was also that of the female aviators, of the Women Air Force Service Pilots, or WASPs, that delivered the brand new aircraft fresh from the production lines to the bases across the country.
Absolutely. Hey, they're back. Who's this guy? Look at that.
With a sad lament, my dreams have faded like a broken melody. While the chords of love look down and laugh at what romantic fools we mortals be.
Was just checking in with our senior air boss up here. I say senior, not old, but we got KK up here working as well. And the PC-12, the turboprop that is out in front of us, has actually been running a couple of parts to a couple of different airports this afternoon to support our friends at a Precision Helicopter. They operate a great variety of very large Super Puma helicopters. One of those is on static display today, and a lot of them outfitted here, at least on this side of the hemisphere, for aerial firefighting, and they're important, right, to take care of property and keep those forest fires in check. So the Pilatus PC-12 is serving kind of as the parts hauler for that, and we wanted to make sure we could get that aircraft safely on deck as our air show action continues. I want you to take a look now as the Corsair sets up for landing off to air show left. This is a tail-wheeled airplane. Our friend Grayson and I were telling you a little bit about this during the Stoll demo, but with tail-wheeled airplanes, this was how we built a lot of aircraft up until about the 1950s, before we transitioned into what was now known as a conventional landing gear or tricycle gear configuration. And you'll see the main landing gear under the those bent wings out there, that inverted gull shape. And at the rear of the tail and the fuselage, you will see a little tiny, we call it a tail wheel. And you'll also see the carrier, the resting hook on the Corsair as well. The FAA actually requires a special endorsement to fly tail-wheeled airplanes. In the air, they fly like any other airplane, but on takeoff, and particularly on landing, they can get really ahead of you very, very quickly. And with airplanes like the North American Texan or the SNJ, they were built in a way that they were a bit squirrely on the ground, so you'd prepare to fly these bigger combat airplanes, such as the Corsair in front of us. It's very much a tight rope operation because you want to be able to land on the main gear first so it can take the weight of that landing and then bring the tail wheel down. So even though that they've touched down on the runway, they still actually fly it all the way to the stop. You can certainly see that inverted gull wing design on the Corsair. And of course, that paint scheme we were telling you a bit about was applied to this aircraft for the motion picture, The Devotion. True story of the particular instance during the Korean War. Nathan Hammond is going to be joining us in a moment. We've got a ship flight of Vans RV-8s coming overhead right now. Watch for the brakes. There goes one potato two potato three, and there goes dash two. And those airplanes are really cool too because they're called Vans RVs. They don't stand for recreational vehicle, but they kind of could because they've got a top speed of over 200 miles an hour. They are very efficient in all sorts of ways. They are home built. I'll tell you a little bit more about that as well. And they are efficient in fuel. They only burn about 8 gallons per hour, which is, I think, better than my economy car at home. Richard Van Groesman was the guy who designed the first RV-1 back in the 60s. He's actually an Oregon guy and has went on to create the RV. 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and now 15 different configurations. And they go down in history as the most popular and prevalent home-built, amateur manufactured experimental aircraft in the history of aviation. It just means they weren't built in a factory. You can buy an RV series airplane as a kit from the manufacturer. It comes in a box. It's kind of like a big plastic erector set. And you can go in there, build the airplanes. The majority of these RVs have been built by the pilots who fly them. And they usually get their start, often perhaps in a garage or a hangar somewhere. And every so often, there's a story of somebody doing something crazy. There was one chap who got his start building his airplane on his kitchen. And another guy who started building his RV in his basement at home, built the entire airplane in his basement, had to bring in earth-moving equipment so they could take out the dirt and the wall so they could tug the airplane out and take it for its first flight. Organizations like the Experimental Aircraft Association, or the EAA, are very supportive of those types of efforts. And in the case of the craftsmanship of some of these builders, they perhaps far surpass that of even any production line anywhere.
Absolutely. Everybody loves food. It's better.
We want to remind you as well, helicopter rides going on throughout the day as well with Trimble Helpers. Check them out down to Airshow Left for your chance to take flight here at the Oregon International Airshow. Well, it's time that we keep the Airshow action going, and we welcome next to our program a guy who's known as the writer. His name is Nathan Hammond, and he's flying this next aircraft for us, the 1956 de Havilland Super Chipmunk. He's an air show pilot, performer, skywriter, nighttime aerial performer. Well, he is an award winner. Nathan is the 2023 recipient of the Bill Barber Award for Showmanship. And today, we're about to see this renowned pilot perform a display of aerobatic flight in a special airplane that was originally designed as a trainer for the Royal Canadian Air Force. But don't let that fool you. The Ghost Rider extensively modified and most pedigree air show airplanes that he plays. He is to us by that of Softy emergency parachutes, airflow performance, Goodyear tires, the Tempest Concorde batteries, Sarasota Avionics, B&C Specialty Products, CamGuard, AC Air Technologies, Hartzell Propeller, built on honor since 1917 into Wheelan Aerospace Technologies. Nate Hammond currently going through his last second pre-performance checks, going through what's known as the shakeout. A little bit of positive G on the airplane, a little bit of negative G on the aircraft as well to get fully in tune with his aircraft, much like a boxer entering the ring or a Formula One driver strapping on a high-performance car. It's all about getting in the zone, and that's exactly what Nate Hammond is doing right now.
Yeah,
Nate Hammond has been put into the box as we prepare for this display by the Ghost Rider. Hey, Nate, it's Luke. How are we doing today?
Hey, buddy, I got you loud and clear. You ready to rock and roll?
Ready to rock and roll, ready for the smoke to come on as we get ready for your display. Let's rip it and grip it.
Here we come.
Shout out to an idiot, aka a bad trigger, telling Chris about your 360 and your self-made speed. I wish I was mechanically inclined enough to that. Like I could change oil, change stuff one minute, but like I don't have the skills to.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ghost Rider Air Shows is proud to present Nathan Hammond of the de Havilland Super Chipmunk. An experienced aviator and aerobatic performer, Nathan has amassed more than 9,000 total hours of flight time in more than 50 different kinds of aircraft. Today, he serves as one of the world's last remaining professional skywriters, performing at aerial events across North America both day and night. This de Havilland DHC-1, designed originally as a trainer for the Royal Canadian Air Force. We're in for a display of aerobatics in this classic air show plane. Nathan's motto is go see the world, especially growing up in an aviation family with experience flying aircraft ranging from World War I biplanes to Corvette jets. His absolute favorite type of flying is what we're seeing now. Let's watch out in front of us as Nathan continues and flies the Ghost Rider vertical for his next maneuver. As a skywriter and international performer, Nathan stays busy, traveling across the continent, performing at everything from air shows to music festivals. Using his onboard smoke system made by injecting a lightweight oil into the exhaust, each of his skywriting messages catch more than 15,000 feet. It is from altitude where it can be difficult to spot Nathan like ground, but the message is high above. Give it the worthy name of the
Wow.
This Super Chipmunk has been highly modified into what we see today. It features a custom-built 350 horsepower motor, advanced capacity propeller, short wings, and a streamlined canopy, turning this airplane into a lean air show machine.
Right there, right there, right there.
Capable 6 G's first times to gravity. This tight cornering capability allowed him to keep his flying displays up close and personal. If you're interested in flying, Nathan encourages you to the International Aerobatic Club at IAC.org to connect with fellow aerobatic pilots and enthusiasts.
You might just do that on the way back.
In addition to flying his performances during the game, Nathan is also one of a handful of pilots who's also authorized today at night. Under the cover of darkness, the Ghost Rider can be equipped with more than 200 pounds of pyrotechnics, lights, and special effects. Sparkling night performance.
He was really low. Oh, 50 so.
Yeah. Nathan encourages you to go see the world, and you can stay up to date with Nate and the travels of the Ghost Rider by following his social pages online at Ghost Rider. You too can get your exclusive Go See the World at Ghost Rider Air Show merchandise by visiting GWAmerch.com. The recipient of the Bill Barber Award for Showmanship, one of the highest honors awarded within the air show industry. Nathan's combination of daytime flying, nighttime flying, and riding makes him one of the most star performers on the air show circuit.
That's right.
The phone sucks.
Nathan Hammond and Ghost Rider Air Show to thank their sponsors, to include Softy Emergency Parachutes, Airflow Performance, Goodyear, Tempest, Concord Batteries, Sarasota Avionics, AC Specialty Products, CampGuard, AC Air Technologies, Hartzell Propeller, and Wheelan Aerospace Technologies. Nathan would also like to thank each and every one of you for attending today's show, as well as to all who helped make the Oregon International Show possible.
And you said, it's our universe. You are my gravity tonight. No talk of the future now. Dark thoughts, you're sick it and pick it up now. This rhythm that we create sets me hate. In my head, there's a beat, it's a beat.
Nate completes the big clover loop maneuver out there, a 3/4 loop with a 90-degree turnout. He'll work his way to the right for his last and final maneuver, an inverted upside-down wing wave, and a big hello to all of you joining us on this grand Saturday. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to put our hands together for Nathan Hammond and the Ghost Rider. Another tremendous display complete by the Ghost Rider, Nathan Hammond from Danville, Kentucky. He'll be setting up to land here in just a couple of short moments. And I hope you had a chance to stop by, say hello to Nate. He's going to be located down to Air Show left near the hot pit area as our Saturday Air Show action continues here at the 2026 Oregon International Airshow. Today's air show proud to be supported by a network of dedicated service and community partners. We'd like to recognize Alaska Airlines, where you can take off from the West Coast and see the world. New routes are added regularly, and Alaska is ready to take you on your next adventure. Learn more at alaskaair.com. Thanks to Weyerhaeuser, a local leader in sustainable forestry and wood product manufacturing. They're proud to support and play their part in this tremendous community event. Thanks to Curtis Trailers, a full-service RV dealership providing top travel trailers, fifth wheels, toy haulers, and more. They're dedicated to making your family's RV adventures fun and rewarding. Thanks to West Metro Ambulance, they're a longtime partner of our show. Real care, real heart, every mile, every person, every time. West Metro Ambulance is proud to support today's high-flying activities. Our thanks to the city of McMinnville for their invaluable support and partnership. Their dedication has been instrumental in making this event a great success, and we are proud to work alongside pushing forward, thinking city as we continue this strong relationship.
The only reason why
And thanks to Xfinity, taking connectivity to new heights. Xfinity proudly supports today's air show with fast, reliable internet at a great value. Their support invaluable. We can say our heartfelt thanks to all of those who helped make this show a reality. Coming down the line in front of us right now, it is indeed the Ghost Rider, Nathan Hammond. He will not be able to hear you with the engine going, but he's got the canopy back, and we'll give you a big wave. I hope you wave your hands and your hats up high in appreciation for his tremendous aerobatic presentation for us today as our air show action continues.
no, man.
The Buster's in the chat, boys.
It's now time that we welcome additional vintage military aircraft joining us from the Erickson Aircraft Collection of Madras, Oregon. And joining us as part of this presentation, we'll get the chance to witness the first aircraft on the takeoff roll. It was that of the F-8F Bearcat. It is joined by the North American P-51 Mustang and also the AD-4 Skyraider from the Douglas Company, the large aircraft that just took off to our right. I want you to take a look to the left. Mike Oliver, one of the chief pilots with the Erickson Collection. Inbound in this aircraft, the R-2800 radial engine produces the Bearcat's power. Take a look at this.
Oh, good Lord, look at that.
The Grumman Iron Works, a company that's a great deal of naval fighters during World War II. And the Bearcat that we have the chance to see today was Grumman's answer to a particular problem. And after years of combat aviation in the Pacific, the Navy knew what it wanted. It wanted something smaller, lighter, and faster. And the Bearcat was the result of the effort to make that happen. Top speed of 424 miles an hour. This is incredible. Climb rate record of 6,383 feet per minute, a record that stood until a jet finally broke it in 1956, 10 years later. The Bearcat did not serve during World War II, introduced a little bit too late as part of those efforts back then, but a very formidable aircraft indeed. The United States Navy operated the Bearcat after World War II. Some 24 frontline squadrons operated the type. And in 1946, it became the second aircraft with the newly formed Navy's Flight Demonstration Squadron. You'll know them best as the Blue Angels. The F-8F Bearcat was the final propeller-driven, piston-driven aircraft that the Blue Angels flew. It was retired from frontline service as the F-9F Panther and the F-2H Banshee entered service. He did second line and training squadrons well into the 1950s. As the Bearcat clears to the right from the left, here's the mighty Mustang. The North American P-51 Mustang was considered by many to be as American as apple pie and baseball. It was designed by that of chief designer Dutch Kindleberger as a response to the Royal Air Force, the Brits' request for a new frontline combat aircraft. The British Royal Air Force was looking for an aircraft to supplement their Super Marine Spitfires and Hawker Hurricanes after the end of the Battle of Britain in 1940. They approached the United States and asked to build and license Curtiss P-40s, but Dutch Kinder replied, well, I'll build you a new airplane, and the Mustang was the result. Prototype in just 117 days, the first P-51 Mustang took to the air. It was designed as an escort fighter to accompany our B-17 Flying Fortresses and B-24 Liberators deep into Hitler's German heartland. It helped reduce Allied bomber casualty rates by over 75%. Here it is from the left. Mustang was flown by a variety of fighter squadrons, mostly in Europe, but in the Pacific as well, and also flown by the famed Red Tails, the Tuskegee Airmen. So important were those airplanes in American success that it earned the nickname Little Friend. It's powered by the Rolls-Royce V12 Merlin engine, producing about 1,600 horsepower. As the Mustang clears to the right, to the left, low is that of the Douglas AD-4 Skyraider. Skyraider was introduced post-World War II. It operated quite prevalently in the Korean War and later in the Vietnam conflict as well. The aircraft today, the AD-4 model, operated by the United States Navy. The Skyraider was quite impressive. It's a very large aircraft, as you can see. And what was amazing about it is that it served the mission, particularly in Vietnam, of close air support, or CAS. And it could carry the same bomb payload as B-17 Flying Fortress, the 4-engine bomber that preceded it by just a couple of years. There's the Mustang. The Skyraider's payload, with one pilot and one engine, replaced the 4-engine bomber and a 10-man crew, all off the deck of an aircraft carrier at sea. In the jet age of Vietnam, this propeller-driven aircraft scored itself 2 aerial kills against MiG-17 fighters. During the Vietnam War, Sky Raider pilots called their aircraft, they nicknamed it the SPAD after the wood and fabric World War I fighter of earlier time. And it was because in June of 1965, the Sky Raider did not at all plus-year-old design. And in those 2 decades, fighter aircraft had gone completely from piston-driven airplanes to jets, and from a few hundred miles an hour to some Mach 2, or twice the speed of sound. Former B-52 captain Richard Murray nicknamed his Sky Raider a time machine because it carried nearly 40 gallon oil, burned about 100 gallons of fuel an hour, made for about 3 miles a minute with a ordnance load. Speed, he said, lost its importance to the kind of war that we were in. It was agility, not speed, that was the Sky Raider's best defense over Vietnam. We're going to take a look now from the left. David Reed is the pilot of the Sky Raider. Take a look at this topside pass of this most impressive air support aircraft. The right R3350 is the Sky Raider. Brings around 2,700 combined horsepower. Airplanes represent very much the Korean War. The P-51 Mustang going on to serve as the F-51 Mustang, and its new designation after the U.S. Air Force was officially created directly after World War II. And in the case of the P-51, that's currently over our left shoulder right now, being flown by Darren Pleasance. More than 15,000 were built. Today, less than about 150 are still in airworthy. And parade review from the left. An aircraft that was called on in many cases by request. It's the P-51D Mustang. Quite the difference in the sound between the mighty Mustang and that Rolls-Royce V12 Merlin engine and these big radial engines of the Sky Raider and the Bearcat. In this aerial salute to all of our military members, both past and present, the aircraft are repositioning for their pass in a review. Be sure to get your cameras ready as the Onic Vintage Aircraft Approach show center. Presenting that of the Erickson Aircraft Collection of Madras, Oregon, we are proud to present our Warbirds.
I don't kind of stationary.
Few do it better. Let's put our hands together for our Warbird aviators. Mike Oliver in from the left in the Bearcat. Nearly 16 million Americans went on to serve during World War II. And after the nation's entrance into that war in 1941, more than 400,000 perished. In the Korean conflict, 5.8 million participated. Today's aerial display of World War II and Korean-era aircraft are flown not to glorify war, but rather to remember the sacrifices made by so many years ago in the defense of the liberties and the freedoms that we're out here today. And in this grand salute today at the Oregon International Airshow, I hope that you'll join me in a tremendous round of applause to all of our veterans. We thank you for your service to our country.
A buzzer took a monkey for a ride in the air. The monkey thought that everything was on the square. The buzzer tried to throw the monkey on his back, but the monkey grabbed his neck and said, "Now listen, kid. Straighten up and..."
Darren Pleasance flies the Mustang for us. David Wren, the Sky Raider. He's inbound from the left. Mike Oliver is joining us in the Bearcat. Very impressive, different types of airplanes that serve very different types of roles. Military service, the Erickson Collection doing their part to keep the flying.
Release your hold and I will set you free. The monkey must be right there. Straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and stay right. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top.
It is always a sight to see these magnificent aircraft up in the air where they belong. It is undoubtedly one thing to see an old vintage military plane in a corner of a dusty museum somewhere, but yet a totally visceral experience to see one flying in the sky. If you'd like to learn more about the Erickson Aircraft Collection, they invite you to visit them online at ericksoncollection.com. For that of Darren Pleasant, Mike Oliver, David Reed, and our buddy Doug Griffin in the chorus there. How about a very nice round of applause for the Warbirds?
Be really sure, then I will set you free. The monkey must be
Well, as the Bearcat touches down with the P-51 on a final approach out there to runway 4, a question for you, everybody. And it's a pretty simple one. Are you having a good time? Yeah, that was good. Adequate, decent perhaps, but not stellar. This is indeed an outdoor event, and you can indeed use your outdoor voice. And I know you can make a lot more noise than that, so we'll try it one more time so the Air Boss team up here can hear you. Oregon, are you having a good time? Yeah, that's better. Us too. And we're working our way to the final stretch of a flying display sequence before we turn things over to our United States Navy Flight Demonstration Squad. They are known to the world as the Blue Angels. 3:30 is their go time this afternoon, but we've got one more performance to go before we turn things over to them. And earlier today, If you were with us as part of our opening ceremony, you had the chance to see the Red Bull Air Force and the skydivers, including that of Mike Swanson, Katie Hansen, and John DeVore. They were joined at altitude also by that of Aaron Fitzgerald, one of the only guys in the world of like 4 who actually can do aerobatics in a helicopter legally. But it's a really interesting thing indeed. He's the only guy in the world who has a surface statement of aerobatic competency. We're going to see Fitz here in just a bit as we get ready for the Red Bull Air Force demo. This is going to be a very faceted display. Earlier, we had the chance to see the Ram Air canopies that the skydivers jumped with. They're a far cry from the round canopies of World War II. Very maneuverable and have an inherent forward speed of about 20 miles an hour. But if you can really get them going and get upwards to about 4 miles or in excess of that, and in the case of a couple of parachutes that perhaps we'll get a chance to see today, they're called swoop chutes, and they're a lot smaller, and depending on the conditions and the skill of the skydivers, can actually fly those things upwards to some 60 plus mph. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to direct your attention high and to the right. Aaron Fitzgerald in the Volkov BO-105 is currently high above us and is preparing to deploy ours today from an altitude of some 5,000 feet. Mike and Katie Hansen have worked their way out to the side skids of this helicopter, and in just a couple of moments, they're going to be leaping off of it and preparing to showcase to us not only some quick skydiving, but wingsuits. Take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Flying much like Rocky the Flying Squirrel, they can reach speeds in excess of over 100 miles per hour. And a skilled wingsuiter can actually fly these things, depending on altitude, for miles on end. We're going to watch as they work their way down. One of our jumpers continuing to track down to the left. Watch for the parachute to open, and there's the recovery right there. They're low enough that they can't hear you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make some noise and give it up to the Red Bull Air Force. Mike Swanson and Katie Hansen working their way down. They've got some risers that allow them to control parachutes. It's fairly simple under canopy to turn left. They'll pull down on the left steering line. Right, they'll pull down on the right steering line. And as they near they'll pull down on both steering lines simultaneously for the slowest and safest possible landing. Let's make some noise. Nice work, Mike and Katie. Now, I want you to take a look high above. Aaron Fitzgerald, 1,000 feet. He's brought it down lower. That's John DeVore. He is going to do something that is, well, it's a base jump out of a helicopter. Usually they do this type of thing off of cliffs. Just there he goes. From only 1,000 feet, passing through about 100 miles an hour. There's the chute. Let's give it up, everybody, for John DeVore. And we are just getting started in. Aiden Goldman is up here on the stand with me right now. Aiden, pretty awesome stuff.
It's an amazing show. These Red Bull skydivers are really the best they have.
They are the best of the best of the best. They've got tens of thousands of chute jumps to their credit. Let's watch as John DeVore, smoke is off. He'll work his way into the target area. Swoop, there it is. Down on both of those steering lines for a beautiful stand-up landing. With John DeVore safely on deck, Aiden, we're about to see something that is just, I want to say weird, but it's aerobatics and a rotary winged flying machine. And Aaron Fitzgerald, one of the only few in the world who can do maneuvers just like this one.
Yeah, Luke, he's 104. It's the only in the world. It's the Messerschmitt BF-105 with a titanium rotor head. It's the only one in the world that can do these loops.
Now, a lot of it has to do with the skill of the pilot, but one dare get into a normal helicopter and do this type of thing. And one of the big advantages of the Bo 105 is that it's got a solid titanium rotor head system. It keeps the rotor blades from flexing. Typically they do. You go do this in another helicopter, you're in for a really bad day. But with this helicopter that was designed for the German military back in the 60s is used now usually for utility work, some light transport, and medevac. It's never in their wildest dreams they ever expect to see this thing go upside down.
No, they didn't. This thing has an unheard of positive negative G of +4, -2, and no other helicopter you're going to find today can do that.
Not at all. And if you were in a cockpit with Fitz up there, who's, by the way, was born in Portland, Oregon, just up the way, working the collective and those are the controls of the helicopter.
Hell no.
To do things really thought to be impossible just a mere couple decades ago. And if you were in there, it's fairly mundane. At least I'm told. Because he doesn't have a whole lot of G-force, but he looks like he's riding a unicycle of juggling at the same time because both his hands and feet are staying really busy.
That's exactly what he just told me. I was talking to him right before he got in the air. He was saying, if you listen carefully, right when he goes to the top of the loop, you'll listen to him back off the power, otherwise he'll over-torque the rotor. And it's really just a really finite dance. And in just a second, and there it goes. It goes quiet there as he backs off the power, and I'll pick it up here right now. And it's really a finite dance, hands and arms and feet. It's really incredible what he's balancing, multitasking, all at the same time.
Fitz is indeed an Army vet, served in the 82nd Airborne, puts the GI Bill to work. He's got over 10,000 flight time, and Aiden has actually participated as an aerial coordinator for a whole lot of motion pictures as well. Everything from The Mummy to SWAT, NCIS, some of the Mission Impossible movies as well. He's got over 10,000 hours. And this is what he does on the weekends, showcasing to us why Red Bull gives you wings. During the week, he actually serves as a Black Hawk bomber pilot, being able to take Black Hawk helicopters in civilian use to go take out the forest fires and put water exactly where they need to go. He is beyond one of the most finest rotary-winged aviators in this entire globe.
Flying F-15s in the Air Force, back to flying Black Hawks 4, Cal Fire, and then here to McMinnville, Oregon, flying the BO 105. He's had quite the career, and he doesn't intend to stop anytime soon.
Now he's going to set up for his next maneuver. There's the forward flip. Watch him as he works the anti-torque rotor. That's the little rotor system there on the tail. Keeps everything coordinated. And he will set up for his next maneuver. There's a roll. You'll hear the blade dig in. He calls that blade slap. And one of my favorite maneuvers is coming up right now. There's the forward. This is called the burn. He rotates while flying upside down. It's really cool. That's a whole lot of hashtag no for me.
Can't agree with you more there. Upside down on a helicopter is not something we expect to see outside of the radio control world. Most pilots see that and just shake their heads and walk away.
Watch him as he puts it into a hover. He's got the collective and the cyclic there. Pull it back. Those controls allow him to actually work the of that rotor head we were telling you about, and also the blades. Those blades very much serving as the wings for this thing.
Indeed they are. Those blades spinning at hundreds of miles an hour, making all the lift to make this possible here today.
They say it's a couple million parts just flying in formation as he's to a helicopter.
It's absolutely true.
This is Aaron's last maneuver. It's one that we make him do. It's a foul because he's really good at what he does. He's going to put it in the hover. There it is. Let's give him a big wave, everybody. And let's put our hands together and make some noise for our buddy Fitz. He's from Los Angeles, California. But, of course, by way from right here in the great state of Oregon. And that'll help complete the Red Bull Air Force demo today. Aiden, what do you think of that?
That was absolutely incredible, Luke.
Pretty cool stuff indeed. We want to say a very big thanks to Mike Swanson, Katie Hansen, John DeVore, our jumpers, and of course to our buddy Aaron Fitzgerald out there doing things that just you aren't supposed to do in a helicopter. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up one more time and make some noise. Red Bull Air Force! And a big thanks to Aiden Goldman as well. Thanks, bud. Glad you're here. We are going to get the BO-105 safely on because the time is nearly upon us as we make our final preparations to hand things over to our United States Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron. They join us from Naval Air Station Pensacola. They're known as the Blue Angels. And as we set up for the team, we do have a couple of housekeeping items for you as we prepare for the team here in just a couple of short moments. 3:30 is their go time. First and most, if you need to make a pit stop, or maybe grab something to eat or drink, now is a very good time to do so while we've got a couple of minutes, about 25 or less, to the Blue Angels flight demonstration. They're starting at 3:30 here this afternoon. Now, there are many of you here with us today. It's a sold-out show, and your attendance, of course, helps support a lot of great charities. The Oregon International Airshow supporting so many great organizations going all the way back to 1988. However, the McMinnville Municipal Airport, not exactly designed to handle so many of you on any given day. So we encourage you, if you would, when you make your way home, just be mindful, patient, and courteous. It'll help time with making a smoother exit as you make your way home at the conclusion of the Blue Angels flight demonstration. Right now, the team completing their last pre-performance checks as our Air Boss team of Jim Gibson and LaDuska Miller ensure that our runway is clear, our airspace is clear, and our assets are in position as we are just minutes away from turning things over to our United States Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron. As we set up for that, another big thanks to our community partners who have stepped up to make the 2026 Oregon International Airshow a roaring success. We want to say thanks to Anheuser-Busch. Raise a toast to an incredible day at the Oregon International Airshow with the refreshing taste of Budweiser, proudly served throughout the event by Anheuser-Busch. Enjoy responsibly. We want to say thanks to West Metro Ambulance, a longtime partner of our show, to Xfinity, taking connectivity to new heights. They proudly support the Oregon International Airshow with fast and reliable internet at a great value. Thanks to Recology, Western Oregon, employee-owned and community-driven. They invite you to reach new heights, reduce, reuse, and recycle for a brighter and cleaner tomorrow. A big thanks to the McMinnville Fire District for their partnership and support. Their team working hard behind the scenes throughout our show to help our guests, performers, volunteers, and staff. To the city of McMinnville, and from the roar of the Blue Angels to the excitement throughout the showgrounds, Par Lumber is proud to be part of the 2026 Oregon International Airshow. Thanks to Par Lumber for helping make this event and this weekend unforgettable. We again say thanks to all of our partners for their support of the 2026 Oregon International Airshow. The U.S. Navy Blue Angels, based at Naval Air Station, Pensacola, Florida, celebrate their 80th anniversary season this year, flying their 6 Boeing FA-18 Super Hornets. They will indeed embark on a 33 show site tour this season, representing the pride and professionalism of our United States Navy and Marine Corps. We will be back momentarily as your United States Navy Blue Angels are coming up next.
The sand in the hourglass keeps chipping. You can tell.
Thank you, Darla. I see that. Appreciate it.
We're starting to fade. Passes is no so starting to fade. Don't seem tangible. Just be don't wait. Some physical way. Just be coming in. I'm starting to fade.
Here's the thing, we started out friends. It was cool, we was all pretend. Yeah, yeah. Since you've been gone, you dedicated, you took the time. Wasn't until I called you mine. Yeah, yeah. Since you've been gone, and all you'd ever hear me say is how I picture me with you. That's all you ever hear me say. But since you've been gone, I can't breathe on the bed. I'm sorry. Thanks to you, never get what I want. Since you're, how could you put me on? I even fell for a stupid love song. Yeah, yeah. Since you've been gone, how come I never hear you say, I just wanna be with you? Guess you never felt me. But since you've been gone, I can't breathe on the bed. Yeah, thanks to you, I get what I want. You had to change the blue out of sight, out of mind. Such a mouth that can't take it again and again and again. Since you've been gone, since you've been gone, I can't breathe on the bed. So much, yeah, thanks to you, yeah, I get what I can't breathe on the bed. So much, thanks to you, yeah, I get, I get what I want. Since you've been gone. since you're gone. Gone.
Don't fall into despair. Hold your back. Tell me when you're coming home. Don't you see my cat? Just like the starlight, I can face the storm. No. Never let go. So now we go.
Appreciate that, guys. They put 10 speed, guys. Oh, it's hot. Man, it's hot out here. Hot, hot, hot. It's too hot. Hot. Thanks. You did it. Can't really see it. Whatever. I'm out of special someone, guy. That is minute. 1 minute timeout, guys. I wasn't gonna do it, but 1 minute. Just a 1 minute. Little guy. He'll be back in 1 minute. Don't worry about it. We're gonna go to his channel. He's probably streaming right now. Watch him.
My final days, I dream to show me you can do it this way. You look at me in the Paris face. Can I see what you gonna say? My mistake. If I don't live what happened this way, I never look at you. Look at my
Plane 2. What the hell? Never seen the treat. Plane 2 is on the way. That's a hot get from Portland to here in a jet. They'll probably be here in like 6-7 minutes. 6-7 minutes or so.
in a room full of people, I look for you. Would you wait for me? Or would you look for me too? Tell me it's your story. Tell me it's your game. I look for you. Would you avoid me? Or would you see me through? Tell me it's your story. I've been known to miss a red flag. I've been known to put my lover on a pedestal.
Getting hot.
In the end, those things just don't last. And it's time I take my rose.
Wind's picking up. That wind feels nice. Oh my goodness.
Don't you know I could do this dance all night? What you doing? Don't know who you think that you're confusing. I'd be like, it's amusing. You think I'm gonna fall for an illusion? It was a time when I should might have worked. Was a time when I just threw a match and let it burn. Now I'm grown, I know what I deserve. I still like that to with the lessons I already learned. Tell me the things I like. Tell me it's for life. Taking me for a ride. You can play your cards right. Don't you know I could do this dance all night? What you doing? Don't know who you think that you're confusing. I'd be like, it's amusing. You think I'm gonna fall for an illusion? the way you're moving. Yeah, I just wanna dance with the illusion. Yeah, I just wanna dance with it. Yeah, I just wanna dance with the dance song.
So you got what is just the little things like how the mics hooked up. There's the mics and I had to keep the battery. Yeah, it's just a little thing. Don't worry, Mr. Bill. We got the camera facing this way.
It's all right. It's all right.
Yeah.
Checking out the system too.
I'm just checking it out. Yeah, we're on the live. They're watching us. Don't worry. We're not any good. Never. Yeah, man. The water
holds a record. Single season touchdown throws.
He's the chat. He sees us.
I've got some
Well, let's go. Yeah, we weren't watching Mr. Bill with the water bottle and all that. Yeah, we never did. He wasn't dancing or anything like that either.
Technical delay.
Huh?
Technical delay. Well, I mean, I dance by the time.
Yeah, latency. Guys. Little Bill.
My girl Megan, she's been teaching for 5 years in a row. Got some friends you could name them. Back in Hamilton County, I got it second to none. You might not know me here in this big city where I go back home, I got some famous friends. Yeah, I do.
Let's go. Just saw them take off. Yeah. They'll be here. What is it? 7 minutes flight. 7 minutes or so.
It's all about the people that
6,
you
7.
know. Got some friends you probably never
Just took off.
Did you hear that?
No, it's like someone saying they're in Portland saying they're taking. Like they're in Portland now.
Yeah, I do. Here in this big city, I got some famous friends. That's right. Some famous friends.
That's all right. I'm probably gonna get a new one this week, anyways. Let's see if we can. Yeah, we'll try that. Put it in the back of my phone now. It didn't fit over. They said I got like 3 of them. They're all yeah, this will probably work. So I can't. I don't understand what I felt like.
No space to rent in this town. Out of luck.
Sticky icky.
And the reason that you had to care.
That sticky shit.
It's a beautiful day. You're not moving anywhere. You thought you found it to take you out of this place. So
I was gonna use my pocket knife to put it off the that's in my motorcycle.
Damn.
For grace.
Yeah, right. Which shit, what? Delta. You're walking her. Yeah, the lights. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh yeah, we're fucking got here. We're filming him. The bottle. I know it's weird. They keep looking at my butt. Yeah, I filmed it on his ass. I thought it was okay. Yeah. Hey, everybody. You'll my association. Mom coming through. Look at this runway. Oh, so much for that fucking idea. Oh, pretty runway. Mom coming through. Oh, you guys see that pink shirt right there? There's some little hand rods on tires. No homo, but I'll see. Not that kind of ram. Yeah, right. Go diggers, they gotta move. Man, here. I just want to see the field. Oh, that's it. I just want to see the yeah, give me a little pose. How do you win? Can't like it. Got a whole well, it is now time that we things over to the team. Here is a simple question for all of you, and you got to make it good. Are you ready for the Blue Angels? I love the enthusiasm. It's a start. I've heard here in the library. Let's give them a proper welcome so they can hear you. It's their 80th anniversary season this year. Oregon, you ready for the Blue Angels? Yeah! The next voice that you will hear will be the narrator for the team. He is Blue Angel number 7, and he is, ladies and gentlemen, is with great pride and honor I present to you your United States Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron, the Blue Angels.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your United States Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron takes pleasure in performing for you this, our 33rd demonstration of the 2026 season. I'm Lieutenant Monty Hafeza, narrator for the Blue Angels. Since 1946, the Blue Angels have had the unique privilege of demonstrating to the American public the precision techniques of naval aviation, inspiring a culture of excellence and the country. The maneuvers you will see demonstrated here this afternoon are coordinated tactical techniques developed by Navy Corps pilots in both peacetime training and actual combat. These maneuvers are neither stunts nor daring feats, refinements of basic techniques taught to every prospective naval aviator. Here in the skies over McMinnville Airport, we will demonstrate these maneuvers at very low altitude in traditional blue formation, so you may see and take pride in the precise fashion in which your Navy and Corps aviators are trained to fly. Having completed their takeoff maneuvers out of Portland International Airport, the 2 solo pilots have joined to the outboard position to form our 6-plane formation. As they approach, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce to you demonstration pilots you'll be perform here this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, flying Blue Angel number 1, the commanding officer and flight leader of the Blue Angels from Canton, Connecticut, Captain Brian. Blue 2, the right wingman from Thousand Oaks, California, Lieutenant Cam Schneider. Flying Blue Angel number 3, the left wingman from Geneva, Illinois, Lieutenant Chris Hubin. Flying Blue Angel number 4, the slot pilot from Beaufort, South Carolina, Lieutenant Colonel Brandon Wilkins. Flying Blue Angel number 5, the lead from Freeport, Maine, Lieutenant Commander Connor O'Donnell. And flying Blue Angel number 6, the opposing solo from Chantilly, Virginia, Major Scott Locks.
Just getting warmed up, just getting started, already fired up. Yes, party.
Where they're gonna come from? Wait. Yeah, me neither.
Crazy in a cup, we're just getting warmed up. Yeah, we're just getting warmed up. This midnight smoking ain't burning out. It's just 40 crowds waiting all week. The way we got it rolling now, it's going fast. Big enough steam, we're just getting warmed up. Just getting started, all fired up. Yeah, this party ain't around here, going down out here. Great solid, crazy in a cup. Just getting
All right, Blue Angel.
As the Delta approaches, you should get a good look at the entire Blue Angel formation prior to individual diamond and solo maneuvering.
Here we go, boys.
And the darkness collide in the night. I was
There they are, straight ahead.
until my soul came to life. And I feel
Yeah.
one day's forever. And I feel it now. You make me shiver. And I feel it now. One day's forever. Can you feel it now? You make me shiver.
Long airport.
Can you feel it now?
There is another airport in that direction, I think. Maybe they wrong airport. Like wrong airport. It looks like they're going away from us. They're definitely going away from us. Yeah, they're going away. They're going right over the speaker. They are what? Yeah, they're gone. Fuck. The suspense. Well, that was the show. Damn. Surprise entrance. So he said they're gonna come together, group, and so I don't. They're out. There they are, straight ahead, going this way. Diamond formation, or the triangle. Behind the trees. The big bundle of trees, heading right. There they are, leveling out, coming at us. Not really. They're going further away. They're literally on the backside of that mountain over there. That's music too. You're gonna come out this way. They just trapped right there.
Baby, come on.
Lose it. Yeah, there they go. Right through the trees in the middle.
Now, directly before you, the 2026 Blue Angels. Behind the spectator, it just 5 and 6 cars accelerated and pulling back towards the flight building. To the left and right, they have turned on their smoke as they approach for the first of their opposing maneuvers. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing 360 pads.
It is 4 branched off.
Angel Diamond will momentarily be making its approach from the right. In relatively slow speed flight, they'll give you an opportunity to get a close look at the precision flying that produces the 18-inch wingtip to canopy separation between these 4 aircraft. From the right, the Blue Angel Diamond.
Just trying to see if I can see the pot over there.
Damn canopy, I shouldn't have. There we go.
In a display of precision flying, the 2 solo pilots will soon cross over center point with minimum separation. Approaching center point nose to nose, Lieutenant Commander O'Donnell and Major Locks will roll their aircraft to 90 degrees angle of bank.
Oh my
and
goodness.
cross
There we
canopy
go.
to canopy as
Viewer
they
discretion
perform
advised.
the opposing knife edge pass.
They don't get better. No, read what I wrote. I'm a bestseller. Yeah, reach for my goals, hit it dead center. Hit it dead center. Better, bring it better, because I'm taking better. So the single selling 7 shows out every single second. Peter Piper picked the pack and pickle feathers. Kinda came across the competition. Hope they can see. Look, and it fast, and I'm in the bag.
The Diamond is approaching for a maneuver that is likely familiar to those of you who have seen the Blue Angels perform in the past. From the right, at 400 miles per hour, the Diamond Roll. All 4 aircraft flying as one in this 360-degree rolling maneuver.
Yeah. Red dress looking like a 10 tonight.
This one? Yeah, he said right.
Wait for one.
The two solo pilots are approaching to demonstrate the inverted flight capability of the F-18. Approaching inverted from the left and right, they'll roll their aircraft 360 degrees, crossing center point. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing inverted to inverted rolls.
There we go. Even stretches back.
To the left, the Diamond is setting up for their next maneuver. Approaching center point on Captain Brian's command. All four pilots will simultaneously roll their aircraft 360 degrees as they perform the Diamond aileron roll. Captain Brian.
Ready, hit it.
I have chills. Yeah, right.
Pilots and aviation
chill.
enthusiasts who appreciate the difficulties associated with
They're
carrier
really
aviation.
close too.
Enjoy this next maneuver demonstrated by the solo pilots.
Oh,
to the right,
to the right.
Lieutenant Commander O'Donnell and Major Locks will establish your image formation. However, look closely as both aircraft are in the carrier landing configuration. As they approach for maneuver, the Fortress.
Oh shit! Look at that. Wow! Holy shit!
Or Navy and Marine Corps pilots who must land their aircraft on the sport and sometimes pitching deck of an aircraft at sea. Slow speed flight is just as important as high speed flight. In order to demonstrate the dirty, slow speed handling characteristics of the F-18, Captain Brian has called for the extension of the landing gear and tailhooks by the four Diamond pilots. As they execute and perform are the jet demonstration team in the world today. From the left, the Diamond Dirty Roll. Dirty Roll. Lieutenant Commander O'Donnell is approaching to demonstrate the maximum turn rate of the F-18. Crossing center point, he'll execute a 7.5 G afterburning turn.
Holy! Here we go, boy. Wow.
As the four Diamond pilots approach once again, you should notice two significant patients. The wingmen, Lieutenant Schneider and Lieutenant Hubin, still maintain minimum wingtip separation. However, the flight leader and slot pilot are both in position. From the right, the blue double Farvel.
Wow.
From the spectator area, Blue Angels 5 are approaching the flight line at 400 miles per hour. Having rolled their aircraft at 70 degrees, minimum separation. Watch pilots sustain 6 times the force of gravity to cross their aircraft over show center. The 4 Diamond pilots are now stacked down on a bearing line to establish a right echelon formation. From the right, at 378 miles per hour, the Blue Angel Echelon Parade. Setting up for their next maneuver, Blue Angel 6 are converging on center point to demonstrate the rapid roll rate. The F-18 wire flight control system. Crossing center point, they'll complete 2 consecutive rolling 720 degrees. Combined closure of over 800 miles per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing horizontal rolls.
That's the music again. Press 1 for English.
The 4 Diamond pilots have established a left echelon form. Approaching center point, Captain Brian will roll the formation 360 degrees into the 3 wingmen. Over the top, the 4 Diamond pilots will showcase their precision flying as they execute a subtle modification in the inverted position. Ladies and gentlemen, the Blue Angel changeover roll. As they exit to the right, you will notice the formation.
On to the left.
It is 5 and 6 on camera protection. You have seen the tactical aircraft at high speed. Test to a target area virtually undetected here. Major launch will complete the maneuver with a series of vertical roll. Lieutenant Commander O'Donnell completes his rendezvous with the diamond to the right.
Wow. I was not expecting that one.
To the right, Lieutenant Commander O'Donnell has joined the diamond in a line abreast formation. Still maintaining minimum separation, the pilots must now align themselves by looking 90 degrees off their flight path towards Captain Brian's aircraft. From the right, at 350 miles per hour, line abreast flat pass.
I just wanna feel alive.
As they exit to the left, Captain Brian calls for another formation change prior to detaching Blue Angel number 5.
I don't wait to see the morning. It's in the storm that God must record. I'd rather die a hero than to live without the glory. 'Cause I wanna be fast as the speed. But now I'm out of time. Believe I'm gonna reach out. 'Cause I just wanna feel alive.
I've seen several flight profiles of the F-18. The two solo pilots will next demonstrate precision roll rate control. Crossing center will roll their aircraft 360 degrees, pausing after each 90 degrees of rotation. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposed 4-point hesitation roll.
Everybody.
Captain Brian is rolling out the diamond formation for another dynamic maneuver. Crossing center point, each pilot will perform an individual brake turn and exit the flight line in a separate direction.
Wow.
Aircraft accelerates to 500 miles per hour. They'll perform a reversal turn and head back towards the flight line. You should be able to follow their individual smoke trails. All 4 aircraft converge on center point with maximum closure and minimum separation. pilots are making their approach to the flight line. Approach center. They'll simultaneously roll their aircraft 420 degrees in section. Ladies and gentlemen, the double tuck over roll.
Oh, there, on the left.
Word is I'm bringing home the bacon. Word is they don't see what it take to make it. Put the word on the street side, make it look
It's the flare shot. Still not the sell. He stacked fat, plus I can't turn the swell off. Franchise doing big business. This is automatic. I win, so you hear those moves. You finish a soldier, and I stay under you fighting. Plus I'm storming when it comes like I'm thunder and lightning. Ain't no way you breaking through. I'm hard.
In front of the crowd to the left, the Diamond is rolling out to create the awesome power of these General Electric F414 engines. Let's listen as Captain Brian calls for the selection of her by the 4 Diamond pilots. As they pass over show center, you will hear and feel of 8 engines producing 168 pounds of thrust.
Against your ears. When they get over here. When they get close. Loud. Sound of freedom. Here we go. Go. Listen up.
A little bit insecure, a little unconfident. You don't understand I do what I can. Sometimes it don't make sense. One say, but I doubt it's like no matter what.
To the right, Lieutenant Commander O'Donnell and Major Locks are approaching to demonstrate the slow speed handling characteristics of the F-18 in the clean configuration.
Speed right here.
They'll pass before actually standing Blue Angels 5 and 6 on their tails.
No flash.
At less than 120 miles per hour. The fly-by-wire rolls provide the slow speed handling that sets the Super Hornet apart in the air-to-air combat arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the section High Alpha Pass.
Oh yeah, I gotta do new goal. This next one will be to ban the son of a bitch.
Blue Angels, home based in Pensacola, Florida, completed an winter training period at Naval El Centro, California. The beautiful weather of the Imperial Valley provided us with the optimum conditions to fly each of the demonstration pilots on the 120 training sorties necessary prior to our first public demonstration. The season began on the 14th of March and runs through early November. The Blue Angels will perform 65 flight demonstrations while visiting 32 cities throughout the United States. The next portion of our flight demonstration will showcase all 5 aircraft flying together in formation. The Blue Angel Delta has been our signature 6-plane since 1958.
Wow.
Behind the crowd to the right, The two solo pilots have joined the Diamond to form the Blue Angel Delta.
Yes. No, I'm not gonna. Will I'm go hard on that, bro.
From the right, at 400 miles per hour, the Delta. All four wingmen maintaining position as they roll 360 degrees over center point.
It's like a high school girl. Oh, there. Oh, that's a bird. I'm like, there.
You're the sculptor. Oh my, taking me out of the way. I want you to lay me down to pretend it tonight. Sit drunk on your body. Angels up in the clouds. And it's no peace.
As they exit to the left, as Captain Brian brings the formation back towards the flight line. Very shortly, all five air approaching for the Delta aileron roll.
Oh, we got time.
Me with the wolf bite, my touch. Me with the wolf bite, my touch. Me with the wolf bite. Stay close to me.
Dummy.
To the left, the Delta is setting up for their next maneuver. Approach point on Captain Brian's command. Five pilots will simultaneously aircraft 60 degrees as they perform the Delta aileron
There
roll.
we go, boys.
Here's Captain Brian.
Thanks, man. Oh.
Every spotlight, every soundbite, everybody who gave is just a tool for wanting him more than anybody against us.
For a description of our maneuvers, as well as an in-depth look at our team and individual biographies, we invite you to visit our website and follow us on social media, including Facebook and Instagram.
Will do.
Darling, it'll be with care of me and bubble wrap. I'm scared you really mean it, that never coming back. See you back right by the stairs. I guess you already know I can't change your mind, but how could you just leave that? Oh, I'm not ready to let you go, so just one more night, hold me like you're still mine. Oh, love me right now before you leave me. I'm not watching your footsteps, so love me for right now before you leave me. Oh, love me right now, you leave me. Oh, love me right now. When you're sick, getting damaged, and you know I hate this part, so I gotta take advantage of a fully broken heart. Won't you a little longer if it's all pretend? And maybe by the morning I'll be ready for the end. Oh, I'm not ready to let you go, so just one night, hold me like you're still love me for right now before you leave me. I know it's gonna hurt, Watching your footsteps start, so love me now before you leave me. Oh, love me now before you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your United Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron represents a time-honored tradition of pride, professionalism, and excellence, spanning 115 years of naval aviation. The 2026 team takes a great deal of pride in saluting Navy and Marine Corps aviators, maintenance crews, and support personnel everywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, representing your United States Navy and Marine Corps, the 2012 Blue Angels.
That was it. The last display they did, I think, is it. Maybe.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for the Blue Angels. And let that extend as well to the narrator, Blue Angel 7, Lieutenant Ronnie Hafeza, as well as to the events coordinator, number 8, Commander Lily Montana, and to the entirety of the Comcart team as well.
Now the rush to get.
Well, that does indeed put on our Saturday edition of the 2026 Oregon International Airshow.
It's over.
You all have been a terrific air show audience, and we thank you for spending your day with us here at the McMinnville Municipal Airport. We want to say thanks to Air Show President Eric Corning and Air Operations Director Jonathan Whelan. Our military liaison is Chris Barber. Our static display rep is Dennis Smith. Our performer coordinator of Melissa, and our Director of Experience and Engagement is Andrea Angus. A salute to our Air Boss team, that of Jim Gibson and LaDuska Miller, for keeping things on time and on target. To the Portland Flight. Cheers, and to all of our performers who have dedicated their time and efforts in making this tremendous aerial event possible. My name is Luke Carrico. I am from Indianapolis, Indiana. It has indeed been a great pleasure to bring you the air show action in the skies of McMinnville for the 2026 Oregon International Air Show. I hope that you have safe travels home, a great rest of your afternoon, and until next time, wishing you a very pleasant day and blue skies always. So long, everybody.
Not gonna rush together. Yeah. I turned off the radio. There's a bunch of chatter. I heard a bunch of chatter. Man, I should have left it on. Mr. Bill, gotta give it to Dad. Come on now. My dad's going out of there. Get back. On now.
All right, guys.
No, I didn't. He was just telling me. I
don't know. The pilot was saying that somebody out there, when they were over here, right when I left, somebody was outside the air shooting at the plane. They didn't know whether it was real bullets or blanks. But then you heard the captain say, "All right, well, then let's get the fuck out of here."
Let's
right?
get
We were listening to this.
I just heard myself. There was nothing chatter. That's over there.
They were getting punched in the front. I was funny as hell, bro.
Still left it on.
Yeah. What? Like, send somebody to get whoever was shooting at you. That's crazy.
Well, they got bombed, bro.
We're even done. They shot like.
Yeah, they weren't done. They were supposed to go for a little bit longer.
Yeah, you can tell by that.
They usually announce it.
Yeah, he said, let's get out of here. So we were listening to the. Ready to do another formation.
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys hear that, but someone was shooting at the Blue Angel. They were shooting at the airplane, and they wrapped it up early.
To get out of here, somebody was shooting at them. And that's just when we heard the pilot say, every time I see a horse, yeah, I don't think they were done. Yeah, they were done. All right, guys. Yeah. Thanks. Potential, I'll be not quite sure. If I do, then I will consider the dogs for it.
I'm gonna flop this camera around real quick. All right, there we go.
Say bye, Tommy. I'm wrapping up. Man,
All right, guys.
Bill,
So
I'm Bill Dirty.
they closed down. Let's say
Ryder, all these
closed
guys.
down the last
closing
part of
up.
the air show
Everybody be good to each
because
other.
someone was
Patriot on.
shooting at the aircraft.
Oh, yeah.
So the Blue Angels were supposed to run a little longer, but they didn't. They dipped out. They were on the radio talking like, let's get the fuck out of here. They think someone was either shooting at them, planes or fireworks, whatever. But yeah, they dipped
Okay,
out.
so if we want to do it where the lefties do it, we go to the library.
Dipped out.
That's where they're always in front of us, in the library, at the library all the time.
Absolutely crazy, guys. Crazy.
So who's driving? You driving, Manny?
I got a whole truck full of
But you're driving?
Yeah.
Okay, McMinnville Public Library. You're on live stream. Oh well, fuck it. People wanted me to say meet it.
Crazy. Yeah.
McMinnville Public Library. It takes like 5 minutes to get there.
Thanks for the stream, man. No worries. Appreciate everybody for the donations, super chats, and all that stuff. And big guys
Danny, you guys got it?
So definitely
All right.
tune in
Because
for
him and I
that.
gotta walk halfway across the thing to get to our bike.
So funny shit, guys. But yeah, it's pretty chill. It's supposed to go a little longer, but whatever. It is what it is. I'm gonna keep it streaming for a little. I still gotta pack up this fucking tent and put away some shit, and I'm not gonna wait in line. There's gonna be a big ass line to get out of here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna film people going out of here. See if we get any people harassing them.
I had my place.
What the fuck? Get out of here. I'm just gonna wait.
An old man, take mercy on me.
Time to chill.
Hey,
People that leave.
Everybody's stressed.
if you decide after you packed up, you want to come join us with the public library.
McMinnville, I'll probably stop by, bro.
Everybody wants to ride.
Yeah, you guys will be sitting in
Oh,
town.
no, I'm on a motorcycle. So I'll be out of here quick. I'll be out of here
Stick
quick.
with me, I'll take the place.
Shut the hell up.
All right, well, let's start walking, Tommy.
Shit, I might.
We gotta hike.
I'll let you guys.
Can I grab a water, please?
Yeah, take what you want, bro.
We gotta hike.
My
I already have it.
yeah.
Take it with you to over there.
There we go.
Come
Yeah.
on through, man. That's what I wanted.
Oh, they did drop my shit in there.
All right, we'll see you over there.
What's funny is everybody showed up here because Will wasn't coming, guys. Isn't that funny? Nobody was planning to come to this until Will got on the internet and was like, "I'm not going," and then everybody's like, "Oh, he's not going? Well, we're going." Pretty funny. Pretty funny how that works, guys. But yeah, I'm not gonna hurry up to rush to get out of here because it's gonna be a line. So I'm just gonna chill in the shade for a little. Actually, I'm just gonna sit back, relax, chill. Just gonna sit here and chill for a little. First time I got to sit down this whole time. We had a couple people watching, guys. Glad whoever was watching stuck around, enjoyed the show. Appreciate everybody watching and all that shit. But yeah, I'm just gonna chill here for a little because I don't know if it's throwing it apart. I'll take care of everything. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be a while. It's filming this way, by the way. But yeah, you can see the traffic literally has not moved, like at all. It has not moved at all. Holy shit. All right, now I'm paying attention to the chat, guys. So what's going down? What did I miss? Not changed name for 13 days. Oh shit. Beaver maybe. Beaver can't change his name. Too bad. Yeah, everybody's rushing to get the fuck out of here, guys. There's no way in hell. This traffic hasn't moved. This traffic has not moved. So I'm the only, well, there's a couple people still hanging out. But yeah, you're not getting out of here, guys. You could try and try all you want, but I'd rather just sit here and enjoy it. I'll probably be here for the next 30 minutes or more. I'll guarantee that. Because the traffic that's trying to leave, everybody is sitting in their cars. Well, I'm gonna get a fucking film. Let me film this shit. Let me go film this shit real quick. Everybody's sitting in their cars. Everybody. Everybody's just sitting in their car. It's gonna be a shit show for probably 30 minutes or more. Look at that shit. 2 hours? Well, I'll be hanging out. Oh God. I said 30 minutes. 2 hours. All right. Oh my God. All right, there you guys go. Yeah, all right. Oh my good Lord. Let me do this again. All right, front camera. Which one is it? Let's go. There we go. But yeah, gentlemen just said 2 hours last time to get out of here. So here we are, guys. We'll just chill here. Fuck, I should have brought something to drink. Oh, good Lord. Yeah, someone was shooting either at the aircraft or everybody will know at 8 o'clock. Hey, Will, shut the fuck up, bro. Nobody cares about you anymore, bro. What actually I did, brother, I'll tell you a little technique I learned with people because I grew up in probably a crazier neighborhood than you did. We learned to mediate our problems and give people true second chances, what we call prove me wrong. So you proved me wrong is what you did. So I always extend the courtesy of allowing you to prove me wrong. This guy's gonna, what he's doing is he's trying to get all of us to go to his channel to become relevant. He's going back to his original Will. You know, the Will we always knew he was. And it's kind of sad to see, guys. He's like a high school girl. You don't give him attention. He's over here telling people, oh, he needs to call me. Bro, you ain't no shot caller. I ain't calling nobody, bro. You don't call no shots, bro. Set me up and failed. Yeah, sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. The real setup's coming, bro. It ain't gonna be anybody you know. You run your mouth too much, bro. That's all I'll say about that. If I could fly out a gang of people, $300 for the weekend, people have never been to your neighborhood. They'll knock on your door and say, hey, what's up, Will? But I'm not gonna do that, bro. You're not really worth the money. And you know, buddy, I hope you take that laptop, you use it wisely. And the first one I gave you, I never expected you to return it, actually. If I'm willing to spend over $1,000 on someone that, like you, bro, that has never even met, yeah, you're not very bright, bro. Either way, I'm not gonna go down the Will hate train.
How you guys doing?
Good, bro. Gonna relax, enjoy the traffic.
You're gonna get out of here quicker than you think.
Really?
Yeah, they started moving.
Okay.
But as soon as they go, God is there. They gotta go. All right. You left ours at home.
Okay, good for you. Fucking asshole. Fucking guy was an asshole. Bringing it back into an airport. Obviously. Just some douchebag volunteer. Douchebag volunteer, guys. No, no one's going to your house, Will. No one said that. It's not what I meant. Obviously, you don't know how to read between the lines. But I'm not going to spend my time talking about Will. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to turn into the Will hating channel. I'm actually not going to talk about you much. In my world, you're irrelevant. Kind of always been irrelevant. Trying to do something friendly to someone that needs a friend. Don't worry, bro. You're all right.